That
You
boy,
know, I
that
don't
boy,
know.
that man, boy, he is man. He was defending.
I really
He,
know where they talk about you being drunk.
yeah,
I didn't like
yeah, he was
huh?
defending. He said, "What, mama? Oh, you heard about that? You heard it? What did he say?
I heard no, I don't know what it was actually saying, but that disgusts me. So I might not have heard it, but something about being drunk and smoking weed.
Yeah, yeah." He said he'd rather be around a
Yeah.
Carmelo. He said he'd rather be around a Carmelo Anthony than be around somebody like me. And that's real sad that the blacks have to lie like that to themselves.
But I think,
Carmelo Anthony killed somebody. I ain't ever killed anybody.
well, you killing yourself with that stuff.
Okay, but like he'd rather be around somebody that'll kill him than be around somebody that just at best I'm just destructive to myself. At best.
Yeah,
But
that ain't good.
he called him but that's what I'm saying. Like look at what he said. He said he'd rather be around someone who killed a child. Like this is the lie that the blacks have to live. That would he really want to be around someone that would kill a child? Is that true? If so, that's sad. That's sick.
As a parent, what I saw, so everybody got different lens that they look at things.
Yeah.
Another person of your peer, same pretty age and race, will comment on your destructive behavior to yourself, that drinking and that smoke.
Yeah, but
That's
you
what I think.
but you didn't notice how he would say he'd rather be around killers. See, this is what I'm saying about niggers. Niggers will defend killers, right? While ridiculing someone like me. Like these people are sick. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
he said he'd rather be around a killer, a convicted killer, than somebody like me. These people are crazy. Like this is what I'm saying. Like this is why I don't even want to be around them. Because if you rather be around a convicted killer than me, then I don't want to be around you. I don't give a damn what I'm doing. Like, if you see a convicted killer and hold him in higher regard than me, well, I ain't bothering anybody. There's something wrong with you, man. There's something real serious wrong with you, man. The whole damn race of people. If they can choose Carmelo Anthony over me, a killer, then clearly there's something wrong with these people. When you agree with that?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, I found it to be interesting. The blacks did so quick to criticize me, but here's a nigger wanting to be around a murderer while criticizing me. And Carmelo's the real nigger. He's the real nigger. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah, however old the little boy was,
Say what?
however old he was, something went wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, something, nobody knows, but something was wrong with the child.
Yes, I know. But you don't think 35 years was too much time?
I don't think it was enough.
Oh, you think you should have got more? Why you say that?
Well, you robbed this boy, that boy, you don't know what that white boy was going to be in his life.
Yeah.
You robbed him of an opportunity to be whatever it was. And then to die in your twins' arms. And, he was like the team captain, standing up for the rest of the team. You can't come in here. Should have just went on.
Yeah.
I said, well, can I stand in the edge of the door till the rain slacker? But I don't know. He should have got more. They should have given him 75 years.
That's a long time.
And he gonna just a torment him. I don't care what kind of demon he might be, but just a torment him the rest of his life.
You never know.
Sure will.
Oh, that's what you doing.
Before you kill yourself, you got to start with.
Like he'd rather be around somebody that kill. Hey, get my mic up here. My mic up, everything working here. And the mics, the cameras. It's always something over here. It's always something. Give me a second, guys. What the hell is going on? Either way, I think we're good. Either way. There we are. There we go. All right. Yeah, can you hear me? Let me turn my mic up a little bit. That was my mother. If you were just listening, that was my mother. I never really talked to her about the Carmelo Anthony trial. And so she says, surprising to me, she said the boy deserves 75 years in prison. She said, that's you don't rarely hear someone coming down on the high end of what that boy deserved in prison. And again, I think what makes a young God. I guess you kind of hearing it from my mother's own mouth there. So I've been looking at some of the Twitter stuff, the responses from Twitter, and you'd be amazed at how many people, particularly black people, famous black people that could, in theory, come and do great things in the black community. They don't seem to be at least no ways interested at all, but they are quick to jump on any bandwagon to help Karmelo or something like that. That seems to be who they want to help. But in terms of stuff on the ground where they probably could help their own communities, helping productive people, they do not seem to be very interested in that. Let me move that over a little bit. Where is that? ST 1001. Is that? Let me move that over a little bit. I've been tinkering with the OBS. Let me get that down a little bit. There it is right there. So I was really kind of surprised that my mother, I did call it, that is correct, all the way down to the harsh sentencing. What I find so interesting is that the black people, they're looking at it like something must be up because the verdict and the sentencing was rendered so quickly, and I see it just the other way around, is that the case was so clear cut that there was really nothing to debate but how much time do we give him. And I think if my mother would have been on the jury, she would have been leaning for 75. So Karmelo got off lucky in that regard. He stands a chance to be out in 17 years. I've covered it over and over about how I think his family fumbled the ball almost from the beginning. Just almost inhumane-like behavior towards someone whose son caused the death of someone else's son. They fumbled the ball. They mistreated the Metcalf people, so on and so forth. And then I started to think, like, did these people do this for money? Could they have sacrificed their son for money? It's possible. Maybe not even, directly saying, well, we're just going to sacrifice our child for money. But maybe subconsciously, as the money kept flowing in, how could you plead guilty? How can you even consider what's best for the boy and say, let's take a plea option as opposed to, or let's at least consider a plea. But from the beginning, with the money coming in and the antagonistic opposition, the people that took over the Metcalf boys movement, it seemed to me that they were pushed in the direction of fighting an unwinnable fight when they probably should have just called mercy early on, and the boy Mike would have had a better chance at a better outcome. It's just, I think their parents really failed that boy. So we're going to go through a couple of the tweets, and you're going to find some things that are rather interesting. And then we're going to cover this guy. His name is Andre Brown or something. I think he's been on CT's channel before. And he actually made it to PBD. So I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him, but he made it to PBD. And when he testified that Karmelo said, "Move me, you guys are pussies," his imperfect self-defense argument. Well, yeah. Charleston White, man, is totally a grifter, bro. Like, 1 minute he's on their side, the next minute he's not on their side. If he's on your side, you have to really wonder how long will he be on your side before he switches up for maybe someone offers him a little more money to get on someone else's side. And I think that's kind of where Charleston White is. And he sees that maybe the bread is better buttered, not supporting Karmelo. So he's kind of moved on from Karmelo almost immediately. But here's what's interesting. Again, what I'm seeing in social media world regarding Karmelo Anthony, and we'll just start from the top. Let me see. I want to share this screen. Yeah, I'll share it. Yeah, I'll share this. Yeah, do this. Yeah. And so here's the first thing I noticed. NBA YoungBoy went live and revealed that he would be donating $200,000 to Karmelo Anthony and his family to get him out of jail. That boy a real slime. He remind me of myself. I got $200,000 for the boy. We can listen to the video. I've never even heard NBA YoungBoy talk before.
Hold on. We gonna roll 1, 2, 3. Mama ain't wanna come on with me. I asked her yell that. She tell me no. She said she look rough right now. So I'm like, nigga with the what? Nigga with the blade.
I can't understand a damn thing.
I ain't gonna say shit, you see my flag. Some bitch with the dick go egg. I won't hit her front or back. I won't turn up dead. I won't pull up in that pull off real fast. Preston half a man, big. Rolex cost a mansion. Fucking them, y'all ain't gonna catch them and doing for free. Pussy, I call every band, bitch. Fuck you. Probably made one of your hoes out the fucking street. Bitch, fuck you. You know what I'm thugging. You play, I'm gonna flush you, nigga. I wanna go bezel for bezel. I wanna go hit up the hit. I wanna go man, pussy probably on the bitch. I'm fucking their daughters. I'm styling. Yeah, I'm pull up my.
I'm not sure what the hell this is. I thought he was endorsing it. But he anyway. So he said, I guess he's putting up $200,000. I couldn't understand the damn thing that boy was saying there. I wonder could anyone else understand what the hell he's saying. I don't know what that boy just said. Honestly, I don't know, but you know he's supporting Karmelo. 200,000. Floyd Mayweather, another athlete, so that's 200. But Floyd Mayweather said he's putting up 75,000, so that's 275,000. This is Floyd Mayweather talking.
You know, people only talk about winners. I'm a winner, so continue to talk. Keep your bread fresh. Put it in the bag. Call me the bread man.
Oh shit, there's probably some copyrighted music. But anyway, that's Floyd Mayweather, 75,000. And here are the parents. They said they received $800,000 of donations in the last 24 hours. That is that's pretty amazing. It shows you that Black America will get up and they will support a victim. In this case, they see Karmelo as the victim and they are supporting these people. And one of the things you're gonna notice in the father, at least I noticed, and maybe it's partly what Charleston White is talking about. But just look at the guy.
The game they wanted. We did everything a law-abiding citizen supposed to. They told us don't do this. We did everything we supposed to. And he wanted people. You know, of course he wanted somebody. They got pictures of him being 17 with a dress on, saying he could be raped in jail. Like all kind of these adults are talking about this child, but nobody's seeing it. Like nobody's seeing it, so we can't say anything. The other family, they go paint this lie that nobody still have exposed, that he died in his brother's arms, and it was all.
Well, that's not true, because that is a narrative.
I mean, you know, these people are insufferable here. It's really unbelievable. Again, this guy is going to be facing. They're going to still need the mercy of the Metcalfs because at some point this boy will come up for parole, and you're very dependent on the family, the victim's family. Being supportive of your son being released, and here they are still antagonizing the people.
Yeah.
No.
And what you're going to find here, he's going to say something that really is amazing. Really is amazing.
No, you never heard it no more. That stuff was a lie. You heard about a bag. You never heard about a bag since trial. That's what I was telling people. A lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. It's just now.
So what you just mentioned here was interesting. He said something about a bag. And I'll replay that just for you to hear it. Like these people, these are not the brightest light bulbs here. They're not the brightest bulbs here.
You never heard about a bag.
Right. One of the reasons why we never heard about the bag.
You never heard about a bag.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we never heard about the bag is because your son didn't testify. If he had testified, we would have heard a lot about the bag. Like, when did your son decide to pull the knife out of the bag? When did he decide to put the knife in the bag and take it to the track meet? That's why we never heard about the bag. And see, these blacks are lying by omission here by saying, well, we didn't hear about the bag. Yeah, because your son didn't testify. If you had put him on the stand, you would have heard about that bag, and it wouldn't have been so nice what you heard either.
That's what I was telling people. A lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. It's just now, it's like harder now. I got to fight to get the truth out with.
Now, I want to point out something. There's a comment on the screen. The stepdad has a mouthful of molasses, too. Now, this is a black man that supposedly makes a lot of money. Right? He supposedly makes a lot of money. Now, reconcile that with what you're hearing and how he's talking. Does this look like a black man that can make a lot of money and could sustain a career where he makes a lot of money? Just listen to him. Look at how they've handled this entire situation. No conflict resolution. He didn't even get up there to testify for his own son. Does he look like the type of strong, sturdy man that will make a lot of money in America? These are the questions. Does he sound like one? This is what the blacks said. This is one of the other big lies that the blacks. Like, once we started to hear this guy talking, we're realizing that he's probably not that intelligent either. You can hear it. And so now you have to wonder, was he really making that much money as people say he was? Right? This clearly is not a rocket scientist or some kind of engineer. It's not.
Yeah, he basically had to get the book thrown at him, 35 years. And this cop.
And one of the other things that sticks out to me, very interesting, look at his hair. He's showing up in trial like this with his hair like this while telling his son to cut the hair off. Well, we see the daddy with the hair. So when we've already seen many pictures of Karmelo, he didn't even have the presence of mind to cut his own hair. While telling his son, hey, you're going to go sit in judgment of these people. You need to cut your hair. Well, you're sitting in the courtroom with them. They're seeing him as an extension of you. Why didn't you cut your hair too? It's not that intelligent.
In this county that basically, I honestly feel as though that they manipulate us with a smile.
You got to hear this again. This is amazing work here. This is amazing work. Listen to these blacks unwilling to take responsibility for their son's actions.
In this county that basically, I honestly feel as though that they manipulate us.
Now, this is the county that he chose to move. And he's saying that they got manipulated into moving. They're paying that high-ass rent. This is really amazing. This is the black man not taking this responsibility. And he's sitting there with the woman. She not saying anything. How can she even respect him, listen to him talk and grovel like this? He was the one that made the decision to drag them there. He paid the rent. She doesn't work. He's the one that got fooled if this is the case. He's the one that got the smiles in his face. They weren't smiling in her face.
In this county that basically, I honestly feel as though that they manipulate us with a smile. They act as if they cared, but they really didn't.
He's saying the white people that I moved around, they acted as if they cared, but they really, he's turned on his old neighbors and everything. The day before Karmelo killed his boy, they were cool. His neighbor probably never thought he harbored these kind of feelings about them. Now they know it's all out in the open now.
When they win the jury selection, we seeing all the people with the jury selection.
No, you got to listen to this. This is amazing. This is nothing short of amazing. Listen to this.
Selection. I was like, baby, this is not right. But my wife is the type of person. I'm not gonna just say us. We're both the type. We try to be positive. Hey, we're not gonna look at that. That's not what it is. That's not us. That's what.
He went on to say that it was an all-white jury. That's a very good question. But he's saying, hey, man, these white folk tricked me. They fooled me with a smile. Like, this is supposed to be the smarty-arty black man that the blacks are hanging their hats on saying, It's an upper class family and stuff like that. But here he is getting tricked by a smile, and presumably it would have been him getting tricked again, and he got his son killed over him getting tricked, and put in prison over him getting tricked. Here's this is Carmelo Anthony's father. Yeah, I can't believe they're still going on the news, pressing these lies. It's just really sad here, but the grift has to go on.
Take us inside that courtroom. What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury. But
You heard that? You heard that? Listen.
What stuck out to you?
what stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury.
Look at his spiky head. And listen to the lie he just told. Or maybe he thinks everybody that's not black is white. That's what Freezy said. Maybe it goes the same for him as well.
What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury. But I was trying to be...
All-white jury. You get that? This is after the trial. Right here, he has a Believe Karmelo shirt on. That's the black shirt. And he's saying what stuck out to him is the all-white jury. They're still pushing an obvious lie. Even when it has been debunked. It's known. These people will lie with a straight face.
You know, like, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
Take us.
He thought the truth was on his. So I'm saying these people are delusional. These people truly are delusional. This is unbelievable how these people are destroying this boy's opportunity for parole. The Metcalf man is seeing all this. They're radicalizing him by seeing this indignant nature of the blacks who've killed his son. It's more of the same. It's more of the same here. Carmelo's parents are making themselves look like damn fools. They're saying everyone lied on the stand. All the witness statements, everyone lied. Not one soul told the truth according to them. How do they know? How they weren't there? The prosecution called 21 witnesses. The majority of the students were black. And here's Carmelo's, it's more of the same.
Witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everybody lied. These people are, this is really unbelievable. And see, again, like, these are supposed to be black professionals. Unwilling to take any level of accountability. Imagine trying to work with some of these people. Imagine trying to work with these two people. Been faced with overwhelming facts to prove the guilt of their son. They still can't accept the facts. They're saying everyone lied. Everyone on the stand lied. For what reason? What? Because they don't like your boy? For what reason? Because they're racist? Well, if someone were black, why are they lying? If you're going to say they're lying, give us a reason why. Help us understand why these people all get up there and lie on your son. Can't do it.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
Inconsistent is not a lie. It's not out of the ordinary to be inconsistent. That doesn't mean it's a lie.
Father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
Witnesses.
Well, if that's the case, then you should have played it out. If you knew that he didn't stand a chance, you probably should have played. Which is what I said. Why are you going to take this to trial if that's how you feeling? The whole jury is against you. Then you need to plead, man. You need to take your chance. Carmelo's parents on the media tour. I asked the jury to have mercy on my son, but they had their minds made up. And this is probably more the same.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already, so.
Yeah, look at that. See, this is, again, unwilling to take any kind of responsibility. They had their minds made up already. Well, you didn't change their minds. You had the opportunity to change their minds by putting on credible testimony. You had the chance to go in there and say more to the people than save your son. You could have told us about how great of a boy he was, how he was looking forward to the future. All those things. She didn't say anything. She just basically, it was my son, it was my firstborn. Just nothing about him that would say, I'm going to spare the better part of his life. They didn't give the
Only
jury
was
anything.
much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they
The man didn't even testify.
described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional.
Yes, indeed, they were delusional. They were delusional on the basis of someone convinced these people that they had a winnable trial. They had a clear case of self-defense, and all they had to do was get a lawyer and take it to court, and they would win. And I think part of their delusion was based on what other people were telling them, that they were going to be able to put pressure on this county. And I think in reality, those people were making money off of the Karmelos. And I think the Karmelos started to make a little money. And then they forgot about the son.
We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
We thought we was going to get a fair shake. But again, they chose to live in this county. This is how the justice is carried out. This is how it's meted out in that county. They just don't like that part of it. They don't want to be held responsible. Is someone saying parents need to start holding their own children accountable? I can tell you one thing: if it was Metcalf's family, they would no way they would walk away with $634,000 payday, and I don't think that they are going to get that money. I think they're getting money elsewhere now. I'm not quite sure, but I want to say Give, Send, Go, or GoFundMe stop one of their funds, shut it down. 50 Cent, another entertainer looking to step up to help Karmelo again. These are people that could be investing in the ghetto, could be building businesses and things like that in the ghetto. They choose not to do it. This is where they spend their money. This is where they show their interest. This is 50 Cent.
35 years in prison, and I will help Carmelo Anthony fight this case. A 17-year-old black kid surrounded by a group of larger white teenagers at a track meet reacted in the heat of the moment and stabbed someone. And the jury took just 3 hours to convict him of first-degree murder and sentence him to 35 years in prison. And not a single black person was on that jury? That's justice? Give me a break. I've experienced this myself. Back in 2013, during a legal dispute, an arbitrator referred to me as black and associated me with controversial black circles. I wasn't even allowed to fully present the evidence before the ruling went against me. I know exactly how this system can treat people like us. In the same state of South Carolina, Chinese-American store owner Rick Chow shot and killed a black teenager from behind and was acquitted in court without serving a single day in prison. Now they're throwing the book at Carmelo. The message seems clear. Make an example out of him. Tell every black child that if they make a mistake, their entire future can be destroyed. But a 17-year-old acting out of panic should not automatically mean 35 years behind bars. I will help.
And again, that's a 50 Cent saying he wants to help Carmelo. 50 Cent is from, Queens, Brooklyn? You know, I'm sure there's a lot of areas there that could stand his help and his money. He's not helping those areas. He's helping Carmelo, a convicted killer. This is where the blacks are putting their energy in. And I'm saying to the blacks, like, don't you think other people are seeing this and finding this all kind of odd? That you're putting this kind of energy and support into a criminal? It's very interesting to me. Very, very interesting to see this level of support for a criminal. How did they choose this criminal for the one they supported? There's so many black criminals. Why this one? They should be honest and open about why this criminal, why this murderer that they choose to throw their weight behind. And it gets worse. We're going to run into some more athletes that are supporting Carmelo. Here's Sarah Fields. She was at the trial. She was one of the few people that were able to get into the trial. And again, she says she's going to say some interesting things here that shows you or go back to support what I said about 2 days ago, that they used this boy. This boy was nothing more than a pawn.
What?
They immediately left. Right. Yeah, this is something that I really want people to understand. These people who have sat on TikTok lives and gotten on Facebook and spread misinformation and spend night and day on their live panels drinking and spreading misinformation, were in that courtroom, and the moment that the moment that Karmelo got the guilty verdict, they got up out of there huffing and puffing and left the courtroom and abandoned that family that they claimed to be advocating for.
Wow.
That's including Tiffany Billions. That's crazy to me, because this woman claims that she's going to be there for that family no matter what, and then as soon as he gets a guilty verdict, you leave. They all left. And then there was the sentencing, right? And there was a very short period of time. The only person that the defense called to talk about sentencing was Kayla Hayes. Kayla Hayes gets up there and says, "Please have mercy on my son." She said, "That's my baby. That's my firstborn. Please have mercy on my son." She looks at the jury. It was a very, very short interaction. And Worski got up there and he asked her, and we all understood the point he was making. He said, he said, "Regardless of what happens to your son as far as sentencing, do you still get to be a part of your son's life?" And she said, "Yes." He said, "Will your son still get to be a part of your family's life?" And he's talking about visiting and whatnot. She said, "Yes." And then he said, that was it. No further questions. Because the Metcalfs don't get that.
And so, what I took from this, honestly, and I've kind of mentioned this a while back, to me, that shows that the Kayla lady has a lack of maternal instinct. Something is missing there. Again, I said it before. This is the last time she'll see him in street clothes for a very long time. And for her not to want to be there for her son at his lowest moment in his life to this point, some maternal instinct was missing there. That's what is going unsaid. And the blackosphere is just focusing on this boy's guilt or innocence. But I would imagine if we ever start to look at his phone calls from prison, you're going to see he's not getting many phone calls from his mother. And he's probably not calling her that much, and the phone calls are probably pretty short. And that is something that I think is not being talked about here. The behavior of the family, no one getting up there to offer any kind of character witness for this boy other than his mother, and she couldn't really say anything other than, "He was my firstborn." That wasn't enough for the jury to spare him. And so anyway, I found it to be very interesting. Here is LeBron James saying more of the same. He's donating money again. LeBron James started a school, didn't work out. I think they had a murder at his school, and now he's supporting another murderer. These people have a way of finding murderers to support.
One of them. But I am a Michael Parsons fan. He's a beast. That was not Josh Allen on the field. Thank God. It was. That didn't look too well. Oh, that was the cornerback Johnson, number 7. Like he hyperextended his knee a little bit, and I'm glad he was able to walk out on his own term. Just saw him with his helmet off. He's doing well. So no.
What's he talking about?
Luck to him. Niners. I'm going with the Kyle Shanahan Niners.
What is
the MVP? I don't have a fantasy team. I would have took CMC. I'll be telling all my friends, how could you?
Someone says he's donating to the parents. That doesn't seem to be the video. Let's see if there's another video. This is LeBron James saying he's supporting Karmelo. I don't see anything saying that. That video clearly did not show that. But anyway, a lot of artists, I'm very curious to know if LeBron is supporting. Here's Stephen A. Smith, and this is an interesting take from Stephen A. Smith about Karmelo.
To be able to say,
listen, this is it.
I would give anything to be able to say something definitively in Karmelo Anthony's defense. If there was a shred of innocence to the incident itself, I would say so. I don't want to see a little black young man going to jail. But I don't give a damn what your race. I don't give a damn about what your race, your ethnicity is. Just because you're white and young doesn't mean you deserve to be murdered.
Glad he said that. I'm glad he cleared that up.
And just because you're black and young with challenges that black folks face every single day doesn't give you a license to murder someone. That's what happened.
Again, the interesting part of this clip is right here.
I would give anything to be able to say something definitively in Karmelo Anthony's defense.
But there is nothing. There is nothing. There's nothing they can say that would defend him. I've asked several blacks now, like, you want to criticize a lawyer? Well, what other witnesses should he have called? Do you know any other witnesses that would have helped make the case? Any eyewitnesses that weren't called that could have made the case? There was only one other eyewitness, and the defense chose not to call him, or in better parlance, the defendant chose not to testify. It was his choice. Ultimately, he's a grown man. It was his choice to not testify. The blacks have to reconcile that. If he was innocent, and if it was coming down to his life on the line, he shouldn't have gotten up there and testified. The dad said all of the evidence was on his side anyway, so why not get up there and testify? Here's a law professor, George Washington, here in D.C. George Washington University Law School. She went to Harvard Law, and she's now a professor, I guess, emerita. She apparently believed that a jury of your peers means that Karmelo Anthony was entitled to a jury of black teenagers. She also admits she hasn't even read the transcript, so she gets basic facts wrong about the case. And this is her, W. Burlett Carter, another lawyer here, and she started off by saying, "I have not read the full trial transcript, but so far I do know this: Karmelo was entitled to a jury of his peers. He did not get that." Someone needs to ask these people, what should the jury of his peers look like? There are very few black people in the city, and most of those people were disqualified from serving on the jury service. So what do these people want? And this is a professor of law here in Washington, D.C. at a fairly well-regarded law school, GW. But this is her logic right here. And see if there's a couple more. I know someone sent me a couple clips about his Charleston. He's flipping this switch on Karmelo. This is a very interesting Charleston White. And, he said some of the things that, if you just look at Charleston White, you can tell. I mean, if you just look at Karmelo Anthony's father, you can tell he's a little soft, not the most intelligent man. Charleston White may have noticed this and said, wait a minute, tide is turning. Let me get away from these people.
Karmelo Anthony case, I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak nigga. His dad ain't willing to die, kill, or go to jail for nothing. That nigga just want some bills paid. Karmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day. Nigga, I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf nigga than I would with Karmelo's daddy.
And there you go, flip-flopping back and forth. And again, these are the people that Karmelo's family initially listened to. They followed him down the road. They got their son 35 years, and look how fickle they are. He's back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth. One day he's with Karmelo, one day he's with the Metcalfs.
Nigga is weak, dockside and subservient. I ain't standing with no weak-ass black man, nigga. I'm off the case. I'm sending the money back. Go get them weak-ass nigga Benjamin Crump here.
Benjamin Crump, he sees that there's no money in this case. He's nowhere to be found. And again, that's very interesting. Here's Drake saying he will donate some money. Drake, the rapper from Canada. He's international money here. Here's Drake.
Oh, Miles, you asked me why didn't I go to the game. I'm not allowed to go to the games when they're out of town because they asked me kindly not to attend. Respect for the league, and that's what matters. We won. Yeah, hey man. Listen, you could debate and analyze. You could go on ESPN.com.
Is this Drake talking?
You could comment on there.
Maybe this. Is this serious? I didn't read that. I didn't hear it. I jumped through the clip. I'm not sure if that's true. 800,000 for Drake, from Drake. again, these are people that could be spending money in a lot of other places to solve some of these problems instead of sending it, throwing good money after bad, sending it to Karmelo's commissary. I think it's time for America to have a discussion about the jury system. And this is very interesting because you see the comment on the screen here, if blacks disqualified as jurors and they admit that it would be different than a black jury, doesn't that indict blacks as racially biased? And that is true. I think implicitly they don't understand what they're saying when they're saying that no blacks were on the jury. They're saying that those blacks likely would have voted to find Karmelo innocent. Even though, as Stephen A. Smith just said, he can't find any facts to find him innocent. And I think this is again, is a turning point. You see this on the screen. And I think it's time for America to have a discussion about the jury system. Because sooner or later, the blacks are going to wisen up and they'll just start lying to get on the jury. I was a younger man when O.J. Simpson was acquitted of killing a white lady. At the time, the black community cheered when the black man was freed, even though it appeared that he was guilty as hell. I was of age at that point, and I remember CNN panned from, I think they were showing Howard University at the time, and the Howard University students cheered, and there was another university, maybe University of California or something, and those students didn't cheer. Some were upset with the verdict, but nothing outward, no outward cheering or anything like that. And so that's kind of one of the first things that I remember noticing, how blacks respond to interracial killing. Years later, it came out the jurors, they let him off because he was a black man who killed a white lady and it was some form of reparations. Now, the same community is outright encouraging people to lie to get on juries and not convict black people of certain crimes. If that is their opinion, I don't know how we share a civil society with them. I'm not sure where things go from here. And this may be someone who's saying just that.
If they say, can you be fair? Don't say, no, I'm not.
See, this is the natural progression. The blacks clearly would have to start lying to get on the juries. And this seems to be where these women are going here.
If they say, can you be fair? Don't say, no, I'm not finna put a black man in jail. Don't say that, okay? Because if that's what you're gonna say, you could have stayed home. You have to go and be like, no, I will hear the evidence. I can be fair. Don't say, I hate white people and I don't care what he did. Don't do that. That's what people were doing in this case, okay? And then everybody's like in an uproar because there's no black people on the jury when damn near half of the black people who could have been on the jury canceled themselves out, you know?
So basically, she's telling them to lie. She's telling them to lie to get on the jury, and to what end, for what benefit? To let the black killers off.
Don't do that, okay? So don't do that. See, somebody in the comments talking about that's what got me put out. Don't do that.
See, man, these people are they're hell bent on destroying the trust of the jury system. Because if you're a white man, would you trust blacks to be on your jury? Blacks clearly don't trust whites to be on their jury. So, like, what gives here?
When you go up there, say, no, I have never heard about this case. I can be fair. Say that, okay? And then mean it. Believe it a little bit. Don't tell them you can't be impartial.
But now what happens if white people start doing the same thing and everyone else starts doing the same thing? Then you don't even have a legal system anymore. It's more like hocus pocus. You got to really try to figure out what someone's motivations are. And that is, I will say, Karmelo's lawyer tried to do that. And one way he tried to do that was by asking about their stance on immigration. It had nothing to do with the criminal trial, but he asked him, what's your stance on immigration? To see how truly conservative you are. And some of the jurors refused to answer.
You could have stayed home.
Because then you're going to be Easter egg. They say you're going to be, I'm rooting for everybody black.
Yeah.
I would have to remember that because I would be in there like, I would almost be too eager. Oh, God. I would probably be too eager just to go flip mode. Do you? Yep, I do believe whatever you do.
They're going to kick you out.
But you just said, I don't know who that person was that said that the other day. What I believe today, this is a video of you saying, that wasn't me. I didn't say those things. I believe in the rule of law. believe.
Ma'am, all we asked was what was your first name?
Law and Order. My first name is Law and Order.
Be like, get her out of here.
My first name is Sustained.
Y'all be regular.
Overruled.
Just be regular.
Oh God, I would.
I mean, these people like are really just openly talking about flouting the jury system, and they think that it's only gonna go the way for them. Like we're gonna be the only ones to take advantage of this. Again, couldn't any other group of people just do just the same? To get on the jury and lie? Hell, maybe the Karmelo Anthony jury lied. You never know. And that is technically a crime against justice itself. Yes, that is correct. And again, like, how do you have a jury system where people aren't trusting? You got a multiracial country, but you can't have multiracial juries. These people are asking for black-only juries. They would be happy with that. They want to live around white people. They want the benefits of living around white people, but they don't want to be judged by them. Hell, one might say they only want to live around the same laws as the people in Collins County. They just want the benefits of living there, the good schools, the roads, the safety. And so, again, what they're demanding is just wholly in contrast with how you have a civilized society. And it is not lost on me that these are women up here advocating for what would likely benefit black male criminals to come back out into their neighborhoods. This is very interesting.
Be in there, they be like, just get her out of here because something might be wrong with her.
Yo.
Something, just get, no. My first name is Guilty.
Listen, everybody else that be called, they be, at the very least, acting like they can be fair.
Yeah.
So don't go in there and act like all of a sudden you have to be the most honest person you've ever been. Listen, don't tell them I said that, but I'm just saying. People get on these juries and be
My sister's name
racist.
is, I'm not a lawyer. So I think I am the lawyer.
No.
Between Law and Order and CSI, I grew up on those shows. And now my sister, let me tell you something. I could do your job, to be honest with you.
Well, don't go. Stay home. Please. You're ruining the points. Y'all are ruining the points.
Ma'am,
then people on
go home.
The people on this case were doing that, and you see where we got.
Don't do it.
If they say
this shit is amazing, man. Again, this is women, likely have children, clearly espousing dishonest behavior. Is it any wonder that these people have relationship problems? This level of dishonesty, protecting, advocating for criminals. It's almost unbelievable to see this kind of talk coming from women in the advocacy of a murderer of another child. Again, where is the maternal instinct? That these people should be very sympathetic to the loss of life of a young man. When you heard my mother on the phone and she said, you know, that boy didn't get to live his life. The Metcalf boy didn't get to live his life. And 35 years is not enough for Karmelo. That's what my mother said. She said she would have given him 75. And she was talking as a mother, as a parent. These women here, I don't know if they have children or not, but they don't have the maternal instinct that you know is needed to build kids that don't commit this type of murder. As you can see, Kayla Hayes, Karmelo's mother, got up on the stand, couldn't really even say anything positive about her own son. And again, it's just that lack of maternal instinct that I see somebody say, boy, mammoths. And again, this is what you're saying. Like, there just isn't much, that maternal love isn't there. You can see that through, you know, if you're really paying attention, you really see that the maternal love between the boy and his mother just ain't there. They wouldn't have left him that way if it were there. It's just my opinion. Anyway, scrolling down, here's a couple more things. Drew Anthony is now in the finding out phase. People, this is a tweet from Drew Anthony, and he says, people, we are under attack. All money will be refunded. We won't make another attempt without verification. Thank you in advance. Please be patient. And I guess this is his wife, Kayla. And she's saying, this is Maria, well, I guess this is a message he's posted. This is Maria from Spot Fund. I hope you're doing well. After careful consideration, we have made the difficult decision to remove your fundraiser from our platform as it falls outside of our acceptable use policy, blah, blah, blah. So this would have been related to the Karmelo finally being found guilty, and you can't raise money for a crime. And so, again, that's very interesting there. Where are they going to get the money from? If the GoFundMe was shut down, I think these people are going to have a hard time finding work. So where are they going to find money? That's going to be very interesting. And maybe a couple more Karmelo posts. I want to talk about this guy. I've seen him on CTs a couple times. And we're going to review his video. They're updating how you can donate money to Karmelo. You can put money on his books. Here's the video here. Damn. Former 49ers defensive end Aldon Smith has died at 36. Wow, I remember this guy. He was a pretty good player. I don't know if has anyone seen this?
But my oldest baby.
Has anyone seen this?
Baby, tell them kids we got Kool-Aid pineapples at the house. Now, I'm not knocking anyone's hustle because, baby, I was finna buy one for the 15. But my oldest made me so proud when she said, Mom, we can make those at the house. And you know what, baby girl? We sure can. Now, I see a lot of people pouring their juice out from the pineapples and using water. Baby, we gonna use that same coconut water that those pineapples come in and make Kool-Aid with. Our first batch, we're using the infamous blue raspberry. And yes, we are using 2 packets. We added in 2/3 a cup of sugar, mixed it up real good, and added those pineapples back to the jar. Now, don't get in my comments saying there's too much sugar, because, baby, you can never have too much sugar, okay? Make sure you shake that jar up real good. And, y'all, I love this blue color. Our next batch, we are using black cherry. Now, I haven't seen many people do this flavor, which made me wanted to try it even more. And then my daughter wanted to add some pink lemonade cherry. And we did, because you can't go wrong with mixing flavors. Add that 2/3 cup of sugar, mix it up real good, then add your pineapples back to the jar. And, y'all, I love this deep red color, too. I know these pineapples about to hit. Now, y'all, we're about to get real big back. So to go along with our pineapples, we decided to add some crushed candy. Yes, to dip it in. So we took $2 bags of Jolly Ranchers and added it to my Ninja blender to blend it up real good. We let our pineapples sit in the refrigerator overnight, and this is how they came out. Y'all, these were so good and a fun experiment to do with your kids. Make sure y'all like, share, comment, and follow me for more affordable recipes, because, baby, you can...
This shit apparently is a craze in the ghetto. And you see how much sugar that they're putting in this shit. The black people are going crazy over their new invention. The combination of pineapples and Kool-Aid. These are culinary chefs here. I don't know if anyone's seen it. I mean, I've been seeing this shit. They also mix Kool-Aid with pickles. Has anyone seen it? Someone said the only reason the lower primates resorted to this is EBT changes that keep them from getting regular candy sweets. You know, I got to tell you guys a story. A buddy of mine called me today. And he works in, let's say, this industry that helps people do credit repair, housing, you know, poor people, credit repair, stuff like that. So they invited in the Trump, like this second in line at HUD, to come speak to this nonprofit. So he comes in and he speaks. And then they allow someone to give a rebuttal. So the Trump guy comes in and he says, you know, we're trying to get people off of welfare. We're trying to make people work to get their welfare. The people booed him. This is a Trump official. All because he said, I just want to get people to work, and we on our 3rd generation of welfare and stuff like that. This is what a buddy of mine is telling me today. The people booed the Trump official who merely expressed interest in getting the black people to work. that was very interesting. My buddy was telling me that, and he found it interesting. Like, damn, like these people are hell bent against working, but they want the welfare benefits. It just blew his mind there. And so then they brought in someone to counter his argument, and he was saying, you know, if some of these people do work, some of these people, you know, they can't work, and so on and so forth. And so that's what made me think about the welfare benefits. And I think some of the EBT benefits have changed for some of these people, and now they have some work requirements to get this EBT and all this. The only reason the lower primates resorted to this is EBT changes, and I think that's what this person is referring to. That keeps them from getting regular candy and sweets. I'm not sure how much that, because I think the lady had Jolly Ranchers, so I'm not sure if Jolly Ranchers are forbidden. This is no different from Felon's Brewing Prison Wine or improvised cooking. And anyway, Kool-Aid and pineapples, ladies and gentlemen. That's a crave in the ghetto here. See if there's a couple other bookmarks I had. One was fired up showing up late to work. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I see this. A woman was fired after showing up late to work 47 times over 10 months. She sued and was awarded $11 million for racism. They're becoming unhireable. If they can pull out this kind of like big joker on you, like they're making themselves unhireable. $11 million, she'll never have to work again. She pulled the big joker out, one for $11 million. For everyone else out in the workforce, she's making it very, very, very difficult on them. Very, very difficult. $11 million, 11.25 awarded to this lady. I'm kind of interested in hearing who this lady is. Tattoos all over, as you can see. Oh, wow. So this is Equinox. Equinox is a high-end fitness company. Yeah, Equinox is a high-end fitness company. So apparently she worked for Equinox? Huh. It's a very high-end fitness gym, if you ever heard of that. Anyway. Here's a Karmelo situation. You know, and this is what it's like dealing with these people. I think the man was asking them to get out of the car, and everywhere they go, they do not want to leave. And you know, this is an Uber driver talking about the same thing. Well, you know, we had Cash Flow Hustles up here. He was talking about kind of the same thing. He's been robbed by a bunch of young black men. I'm kind of going down my Twitter stream here. I used to live in Tuscaloosa. I went to the University of Alabama. Apparently, here's a lady, Karen Hollis, was kidnapped by a career violent criminal. 43 years old in Alabama, he held her captive and repeatedly raped her. After approximately a week in brutal captivity, he choked her to death and then repeatedly... This can't be real. Then repeatedly had sex with her dead body before dumping her corpse on the side of the road. He's eventually arrested and his bond was set at $15,000. That's not a misprint, $15,000 for rape, murder, and rape of a corpse, $15,000. Hasn't made national news yet, but here's reporting on it.
Joining us, I'm Muriel Bailey. And I'm Ashanti Ford. Now, what was initially a missing persons case has now been ruled a homicide by the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office. The suspect, identified as Randall DeJourney, is in custody with the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Office and is now charged with murder. ABC 3340's Faye Fox, she's been working for you. And Faye, you spoke with Karen's family, and they tell you they were actually face-to-face with the suspect the day before she went missing?
That's right, Shanti. The family of Karen Hollis tells me they were helping her move out of her apartment in Northport when they say they met Randall DeJourney, who they say told them he was going to take over Karen's lease. This new Ring doorbell footage shows Karen Hollis in the early morning hours on May 8th, shortly before she was reported missing. In the video, she can be seen on the stairs of her apartment, holding a blanket and talking to an unknown person off camera. Investigators say Hollis was killed inside her apartment. Her body was later found 8 days later on May 16th, off the side of Interstate 20 in Greene County.
Just hastily discarded, just trying to get away, yes. Would not have seen her if you'd driven by in a vehicle because of the tall grass.
Tuscaloosa County Sheriff Office says the suspect, Randall Adele DeJourney, is now charged with murder. Investigators also confirm a preliminary autopsy shows the cause of death was asphyxia, and the manner of death has been ruled a homicide. Now the family of Hollis is speaking out.
Jeez, Nate, this is like Alabama poor white trash here. This is where I'm from. This is what the poor white trash people, quote unquote, would look like in Alabama. Kind of off in the country, mobile home, stuff like that. It's a familiar sight here.
Well, May 7th, we went down there to get her mattress and her other stuff, and that's when I met him. I knew he was trouble just by looking at him. Yeah, he told us that he was taking over the lease.
He said, I knew he was trouble just by looking at him. This is the intersection of poor white trash and a black man. Poor black trash and poor white trash, and here's the outcome.
And everything.
The family says they went to help
her mattress and
the Hollis is speaking out.
Well, May 7th, we went down there to get her mattress and her other stuff, and that's when I met him. I knew he was trouble just by looking at him. Yeah, he told us that he was taking over the lease.
I wonder what he saw that made him think trouble.
And everything.
The family says they went to help Karen after she expressed that she did not want to remain in her apartment.
She was real cheerful and happy. Happy to see her family pulling up down there to help get her stuff out of the apartment. She begged me on my phone, Mama, please, y'all come help me get my stuff.
Police say the investigation remains active. The family says they are still searching for answers.
We can't sleep. We can't eat hardly. We just go day by day. Just remember the last day we saw her. I just want the person responsible for what he did to my daughter. Everybody, please remember my daughter and don't let her memory fade.
Be Brave always talks about like the poor white trash, and still have some cute young girls. I mean, the mama, she's gotten old, but the young girl, you can see it. She's not a bad-looking young girl. She's got the nice look. If you dress her up, she'd probably be very pretty. And,
Police say the investigation remains active. The family says they are still searching for answers.
Yeah, that's a very sad story there. I went to school in Tuscaloosa. I probably know exactly where that all happened. That was his initial bond for abusive, of course. Once he was arrested on the full charges, it was upgraded to no bond. Interesting. Okay, wow, it's a terrible story. Yeesh. I bookmarked all these videos here. It's not a video. A Canton man gets life in prison for brutal, of a home cleaner. Jesus Christ. Ezekiel Jackson committed a brutal, premeditated 5-hour attack, 5 hours, on a female residential cleaner inside his apartment. Inside of his apartment, according to prosecutors, the crime unfolded through the following events. He posted an ad on Nextdoor seeking apartment cleaning. This is interesting. Wow, this is, damn. Investigators of his phone showed he explicitly chose to reply only to a lone female respondent while ignoring male or business applicants. Damn, so he basically premeditated it. When the victim arrived, he blindsided her in the bathroom, stabbed her in the face, neck, and eye with a screwdriver, choked her until she nearly lost consciousness, held her captive for nearly 5 hours, repeatedly had sex with her and sexually assaulted her while threatening to kill her if she tried to escape. She managed to survive by convincing Jackson to take her to the hospital. She promised to tell staff that her injuries were from an accident. Once at the hospital, the victim immediately disclosed the truth. Wait, where is it? She immediately disclosed the truth to the medical staff. Police officers arrested him as he sat waiting in the lobby. So what is he gonna do? He's gonna wait till she get out of the hospital and take her back and give her another round. I mean, this is low IQ behavior on steroids right here. Jeez. And he waited on her at the... Man, I want to do this take on football, but I want to combine it with this whole Jackson Dart thing. And one of the things I want to say about this is that, I think football is one of those issues where blacks are having a real serious issue with leadership. And so since they have such a problem with leadership, they try to downplay the value of leadership. And so in this clip right here, this is what you're going to hear from Ryan Clark trying to downplay the value of leadership at the quarterback position. So I'll play this clip of Ryan Clark here. He's saying quarterbacks aren't that important.
John Elway.
Well, not that important, but he's just saying you're here.
Was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents.
He doesn't think Tom Brady is a generational talent. I don't know how you come up with that. Here's Tariq Nasheed. This woman is Jamaican. She does not speak for foundational Black Americans. She is a hostile outsider. Karmelo, you are wrong. As some continue to blame Austin Metcalf for what happened, here's a lady pushing back.
It was not Austin's fault. And can I just give a shout out to all of the students that actually testified, because they actually had to witness that murder on April 2nd. And then they had to go up there and tell the truth on the stand.
Right? And it was such a racially diverse witness box. So everything else going on outside, inside there, the ones telling the truth and caring about the facts and the evidence was kids of every color.
Yes. And God bless them, because they had to deal with so much. Some of those kids had never even stepped foot in a court before. And they had to go up there and testify. And so we need to just cover them and pray for them as well. Pray for the families. But you reap what you sow. And Karmelo, you were wrong. He was wrong for that. I ran track my entire life, and I also have a twin. And you do not just randomly sit under people's tents, and you don't stay when you're asked to leave.
Yeah, that is probably the most ridiculous part of the whole Carmelo Anthony trial, is that his defense was more or less trying his best to make it known that, it was okay to go up on the other people's tent. But again, once you're asked 15 times to leave, like, how many times do you have to be asked to leave? And I don't think his defense could get beyond that point with the jury. Most people, when asked to leave 15 times, they get the hell on. The Karmelo boy just refused to leave, and it is what it is. I saw a clip. I don't know if I can find it. There was a black lady, some black women. They were running track, and one of the black ladies hit the other black lady in the back of the head with a baton. Did anyone see that? Did anyone see that video? Like, just straight hit the lady, unprovoked. Just hit her in the back of the head with the baton. And I'm like, damn, this is like the lack of sportsmanship among these people. What is it, support? Let's take a look at this video right here.
Hey. See, they thought we was playing. We ain't playing. We's not playing. This is where our black dollars belong.
It's just so interesting. Like, these big, fat, black, ugly-ass women are spending money on things that aren't going to make them look any better. Those big, fat paws, you can paint them any color you want to, but they're just not going to look any better. And again, it's like throwing money down the drain. They found someone else to replace the Koreans and doing nails or Chinese, but it's like putting lipstick on a pig.
We's not playing, baby. We's up in here, okay? Don't play. Hey, say hey for the people. Hey to the people. Hey. Yes.
So ridiculous, man. These people spend money on something silly as shit. I don't want to see that one. What's this? I don't want to see that. Section 8 prom.
Literally walking out of Section 8 housing. Sure, enjoy your night, but the priorities are off by wearing fake luxury, obsessing over money spreading, and be idolizing for going to prom. You do all of this for one day, then the next, you still live here with...
Still living the price. Still living the price. You know, I was on Izzy Band's show today, and I asked Izzy Bands, I said, you know, do you think Karmelo is innocent? And Izzy was like, yeah, he kind of splitting the baby, but you realize like what Izzy was saying didn't make sense, because at one point I asked Izzy, it's about Karmelo. I said, Izzy, do you think Karmelo acting in self-defense? He said, yeah. And then he went on to say Karmelo should be convicted of like criminally negligent homicide. It's something he made up. And I said, but if you think he acted in self-defense, why should he be convicted of anything? So on one hand, he knows he kind of did something wrong. He kind of wants to punish him, but he doesn't want to hold him fully responsible. The boy committed murder. Izzy is trying to hang on to the self-defense, but he doesn't think that he committed self-defense, because if the boy committed if he was acting in self-defense, then he wouldn't be in prison. The blacks would be demanding to let him out of prison. Not that he didn't get enough time or he got too much time. And this is what I'm saying, it's the illogical nature. I'm trying to walk Izzy through it. That if you believe that it was 4 boys coming to him and all this, and he had the right to stab him, then you should be arguing for him to be out of prison. Not that he only get 5 or 10 years. This is what he did not, this is what the Izzy's, and I think a lot of these blacks do not understand. The fact that they're arguing he got too much time basically proves or disproves his claim of self-defense, because they should be arguing he's innocent, right? He's innocent. He should get no time. The hell you mean he was exercising his right to self-defense? But he didn't have it. They know it. And now they're walking it back. And in some cases, they're behaving so poorly that white people have to see this. Wait a minute, what is this? No way. No way. Wait. Oh, yeah. Here's another one of these Kool-Aid videos. Jesus Christ. When you look at how these people are like eating this shit, look at this shit. She's a very unattractive woman. I'm gonna have to blow this one up for you. Jeez, look at the woman in the back in the green shirt. Have mercy. Rough times out here.
Fruit plug, she pulled up and got the blueberry. Taste it. Hit that juice.
Oh. I was going to go back for the juice. Now I'm ready for the pineapple.
Yep.
And they passing this shit around. She drinking at this shit. And they passing around. Look.
I was going to go back for the juice. Now I'm ready for the pineapple.
Yep, let me see.
I'm ready. Oh, we ain't got time.
Oh, shit. She put her fucking hands in it. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Okay. 0 out of 10, what you rated? This is 10. Period. Period.
This is a black cuisine here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where their mind takes them here. So much to do try. This is where their mind takes them. I mean, they could have come up with anything. They came up with pineapples and Kool-Aid. Here's another.
For pineapple jaws. I spent $500 on 90 for pineapple jaws.
4 pineapples came up to $459. So y'all do the math. I still gotta buy Kool-Aid, I still gotta buy sugar, and I still gotta buy liquor. You get what I'm saying? So this is, y'all might think just putting Kool-Aid in a jar with pineapple jars is simple. It's really not, y'all. But
This shit ain't simple, y'all. This shit hard work.
This every week.
Hard work every week.
Feel me? This ain't.
It's like damn it, why don't they run a little store? Why don't they open up a storefront with the pineapple spear store?
Ain't nothing new. I just don't post it.
Jeez, look at the tattoos on this woman. Half man, half woman.
I'm starting to post a little more, so tap in, y'all.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. I don't even want to talk about this. I gotta get to some DC news here in 1 second. Before I get to the DC news, does anyone remember the guy Andre? What was his name? Andre. What's his name? Andre. Let me see if I have it. I know I have it. Let's see. Damn, someone sent it to me. Damn, where is it? Oh, okay. I think I have it right here. There used to be a guy on CT's channel. His name was Andre. Is it Andre Williams? Was it Andre Williams? Is that his name? I think that's his name. Anyway, so he was on CT. He was on Patrick Bet David. Boy Made It Big. A local boy made it big. And so here is Andre Williams on Patrick Bet David. How many people knew this guy was on Patrick Bet David, by the way? How many people have heard about it?
Let's go back to you. Talk about Trayvon Martin.
Yeah.
What was your impression with what happened with George Floyd? Was that any different than Trayvon, or was it the same?
I see niggas like
patterns,
George Floyd all the time, on the corner, on the street. Was not a hero. Was not. Can we talk about his death being tragic? Yes. I mean, of course, no one deserves to die. But is this someone I'm going to burn down my own areas? Is this somebody that's relatable to me? Especially at this time, I was 20 years old, working. This is before I went in the Army. This wasn't somebody I can relate to. This is a.
Does anyone remember this guy from CT's channel? By the way, yeah, Andre Williams. Anyone remember this guy from CT's? Yo, the guy's he's blown up. I actually saw Andrew Bronca mention him. I think we saw it on the channel here. Andrew Bronca mentioned this guy.
Pawn of a movement to get black people energized and energetic for an election. When people talk about, when the president talks about they stole the election, I don't think that they did it through the ballots or anything. I think they did it through the emotion with COVID and George Floyd. That's a better argument than, they were doing something with the ballots, Joe Biden. I think so, Mr. President. I think they use this to get you out of office. Because they'll do with anything. They use black people as a weapon in this country. And this weapon is very good. We've seen it. It goes back to Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks didn't have no business being on the bus today. She had a husband with a car. She didn't have no business being on the bus. It was all orchestrated. But they don't want to talk about Claudette Colvin, actual young woman that stopped and ended segregated busing in the 1950s and 1960s. They don't want to talk about her because she was dark-skinned. And she had a child at 16 years old because she was raped by a black man. The NAACP didn't want to highlight that. The NAACP, as we know, was not entirely ran and organized and for the benefit of black people, but had the image and the symbol of an organization standing up for black people.
This is what name? What was her name?
Claudette Colvin.
Rob, can you pull that up?
Yep, 15 years old. 15 years old, single mother, raped, on her way to work, and was kicked off the bus.
By a black man.
Raped by a black man, yeah. They didn't want to highlight that case. But they chose Rosa, who was mixed race, lighter skin, came from an upper middle class, black and respected family. They used her as the image. No one talks about Claudette Colvin. I'm sure a lot of black people don't know who Claudette Colvin is. They know who Rosa Parks is. Rosa Parks, that was orchestrated. That was an entire event.
Yo, this is interesting right here. In the second paragraph, it says Colvin was one of 4 plaintiffs in the first federal court case filed by civil rights attorney Fred Gray. I've met Fred Gray before. On February 1st, 1956, is Browder versus Gale to challenge bus segregation. Fred Gray was, I want to say, was he from Tuskegee? Was he from Tuskegee? I'm pretty sure Fred Gray, attorney, Tuskegee. Yeah. Fred Gray. Yeah, I met this guy. Fred Gray right here. Yeah, Fred Gray. Is he dead? Here he is. American civil rights attorney, preacher, activist, and state legislator from Alabama, born in Montgomery. How did I meet him, though? Was he in Tuskegee? Okay. He handled many prominent civil rights cases. Thomas Reed, I've met Thomas Reed as well. Okay, there it is. It's interesting. All right.
Event orchestrated by the NAACP, coupled and funded by many Jewish organizations that wanted to push this, ADL and so on, that wanted to push this idea and push this image rather than pushing the truth, what was going on. Because it would have talked about, of course, segregated busing, which is the problem, but also the crime and the pain from other black people inflicted on black women and black children. They couldn't do that at the time. So that goes back, that's the original hoax, racial hoaxes right there, Rosa Parks. Never had any respect. Grandfather was never a fan of Rosa Parks or MLK. Never respected them.
Never respected Rosa Parks or MLK?
No.
Why not MLK?
MLK with the integration. Grandfather grew up in the South, grew up in Virginia. So he knew about segregation, Jim Crow. Going into the Navy medicine, he had to take the test about 3 times because they didn't think that he passed with such high scores. He was only 12 blacks were in the class. I think he was one of 2 to pass. They didn't think he passed at all. So he knew about, of course, the racial animosity, racial pain from segregation, Jim Crow. But it goes back to what I said, building your own. MLK was more of, I want to blend in and ask for the handout and the seat at the table. Grandfather was the mindset, I'm going to make my own table. I'm going to make my own chair. Then I'll make the roof and the walls, the foundation, and we'll sit in it. And we traded what could have been that for now, the handout goes back to the government assistance. We get the handout, goes back to the reparations. We want the handout rather than building up.
You gotta kind of get, you know, this boy sound kind of like me here.
Black people love to talk about the black dollar. The black dollar is so powerful. We got $1 trillion of black spending power.
Wait a minute now. He sounds like John Galt right here. Yeah, what does Andre listen to John Galt? Does he listen to Be Brave and John Galt here?
You don't do any damn thing with it. You spend it on what? You flash the money, having kids flash money so they can get killed. You spend it on music that talks about killing your own and destroying your own. We're not spending on what we need. And in the black businesses that do get brought up and raised up, they get destroyed by other black people. That's what comes back to the niggas and the niggers conversation.
Who right now?
Oh man, he sounds like John Galt right here. Without the pictures and the videos to back it up.
Agrees with you. Like when you're talking about, you said you don't agree with Tatum. Some of the things you guys are probably on the same page with, you and Tatum. What do you think about what Stephen A is doing? Some of the things he's talking about.
I like Stephen A. Here's the thing. Stephen A is
trouble all the time, by the way.
He does. Stephen is great in terms of what he represents. Each of these guys are great in what they represent. But is it relatable to the average person? I live in Detroit. I could take money I got from the military, my VA home loan and so on, right? And moved out to the whitest area, and got a nice home, a house in the suburbs. I didn't. Came back to my community and came back to my city. When I left Fort Bragg and I drove all the way up to Detroit by myself. Long drive. Coming back home and seeing how the city is and how my people are, I thought it would be different. No, it's still the same. If not worse. Where are these people like Stephen A? Where are the people like Brandon Tatum and so on? Where are the
Oh, this boy sound like John Galt right here. John Galt Jr. Where are all these people? The Izzy Vans, the Angry Mans.
Xavier, who's with Prager Review, all these black kids, where are they? These are people who are completely isolated from the actual issues. They talk about all the high-level stuff, but the low-level stuff of the crime, the culture, they're not willing to have an aggressive conversation.
Hey, let me put the link in the chat. Matter of fact, you can call in. The number's up at the top right there. You can call in. Let me make sure I got my Bluetooth on. Yeah, I got the Bluetooth on, so we're good. I'll put the link in the chat in a minute. Yeah, smile like it's my son there. Yeah, he does. He's talking like me here. It's Andre.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
What if he's cribbing some of my shit?
I think that I know that having this conversation on being aggressive and combating this culture that is destructive to our future, to our survival, is necessary. There's no soft conversation.
So you're saying, if they're real, live with the people that are going through the problem. So you're
Ooh, boy, he really sounds like John Galt right here. This is really like he's encroaching on my territory. I'm glad to hear him though. I have no problem with that. Give me a minute. I'll put the link in the chat. What is the link? What is it? Oh, okay. What the hell is it? What the hell is it? Oh, yeah. All right. What's it? FLGP.
You ever planning on making millions?
I would hope, yes.
Okay.
As
so
an
when-
American, I would hope, right?
When you do, are you going to stay where you're at, or would you move out?
I would stay where I'm at.
You stay where you are.
Yes. I encourage every black man, anyone that has anything, buy your own in your own area and stay in your own area.
Oh, that boy sound like Jungle, don't he? God. And you know, I was up on Easy Band's panel today, and the blacks were like, he just too broke to live among white people. And you know, here's this guy, you know, going against the narrative that is very interesting. He sounded just like me. I'm going to put the link in the chat. But he sounds just like me here. This is again, it's very interesting. Let me put the link in the chat in 1 second. Where's the chat? Okay, there it is. Pun, do you think he's lying? And matter of fact, I need to, before I do this, I need to do this. Give me 1 second. It's hot as a motherfucker. I need to cut the AC on. Let me log into my account real quick. Let me log into my road account. Give me 1 second, guys. Someone donated to the channel last time we were here, but I forgot to sign up for the road Call Me. So I'll do it now. That way I'll have I have plenty of bandwidth to take calls and stuff like that, since I promised you that on the last call here. So give me a second. Oh, we got a call right now. Hello? Hey, you have to cut your YouTube down. Cut your YouTube off. I can hear you.
Do
though.
I have an echo?
Yeah, you got a little echo there.
Okay. I think we can change that with some earphones.
Okay, yeah, take your time. Give me a few minutes. I'm signing up for the subscription for this road, so we don't run out of time on this account. If I can do it, I don't even know. Update profile. Now I want to do that. Manage billing. Yeah. So what's on your mind?
Mr. John Gold.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
John Gold.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I've just been a fan of you. Just watching you build your YouTube channel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, build it from the ground up.
As
and
you know,
build it with that real dope that you're cutting. You're cutting that dope and you're selling it.
I'm glad you appreciate it. Give me one.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Give me some dead. Don't let me have any dead air here. I'm trying to fill in this account for this road. So I'm listening to you, but talk for me while I'm a little distracted, okay?
Yeah, right here. Well, no, right here. So this is what I'm doing in my community.
Yeah.
In my community, I'm really selling out the dope.
What do you do?
Being that real one. What I do?
Yeah. You tell me about it.
I'm a wig splitter.
So what
hard
is
hitter. Wig splitter, hard hitter.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Championship level, yeah. I'm from Australia, right?
Oh, is that right? Okay.
So I'm a foreign viewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a foreign viewer. I found the urban landlord, and I saw the urban landlord.
Is that right?
And he's got a house, and he's got different rooms in the same house, and everyone's living next to each other. And how are we all gonna like correspond? How are we all gonna fucking, get along with each other when we're so close to each other?
Yeah, it's very important. You have to do that. Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah, you got to keep your music down, right?
To the acceptable level. Depends on where you are, for sure. to acceptable level. Let's see, what am I? User data sheet.
Right. And you can't always be charging out the door probably and fucking having a smoke or... do we smoke? You smoke in the room.
Man, you know that's the thing, man. I can't really enforce it. You know what I'm saying? I tell them not to.
Sure, you can.
Nah, it's well, you know that I can't. What can I do? Like, you know, if I say, hey, no smoking, and they say, you know, what can I do if they decide to smoke? Right? It's really not a lot I can do, other than you know, tell them not to smoke. But you know, if they keep smoking, there's not a lot I can do there. To be honest with you.
Really, I thought you'd be able to kind of muscle them out of there.
Nah, man, you know, because a lot of times, to be honest with you, at least in the ghetto, everybody smokes. And and I would say, give me 1 second, see if that went through. Yeah, in the ghetto, I would say pretty much damn near everyone smokes. So they're not really bothering anybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you know, but I remember one phone call that you had with this lady. You were talking to a black lady the other day, and you said, "Yeah, I'd prefer you not to go out to the backyard area."
Yeah, I prefer him to smoke. I said, "Hey, give me 1 second. I gotta restart my box. Damn, it's gonna hang up on you, but you can call right back in. I just activated this subscription, so for it to kick in, I gotta restart my box. So if you want to call back in, give me like 5 seconds there. I'll be right back."
100%.
Yeah, so I just got the subscription for the road. That way, so when I go live here, anyone can call in. We won't be limited by, I think the initial plan was something like 5 hours a month or something like that. And so for $10 a month, you can talk. Here's the plan right here. I put it right here. And it's $10 a month. So here's the plan, $10 a month, multiple guests. So you have multiple guests, unlimited roadcaster to roadcaster, unlimited web to roadcaster, high quality, blah, 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 blah. So that's what we got right there. So let me know how the sound sounds. The sound should be pretty good. Anyway, back to Andre, was it Andre? Yeah, Andre Williams, yeah.
Why am I going to run to the suburbs? Why? I get it. Crime. I get it. I don't want niggas stealing from me either. Shoot them dead.
Oh, wait. Did he just talk about stealing? I know about people stealing, and I'm agreeing with him talking about shooting them dead.
Defend your one that has anything. Buy your own in your own area and stay in your own area. Why am I going to run to the suburbs? Why? I get it. Crime. I get it.
Wait a minute. You guys getting no sound? Are you guys getting no sound here? No sound? Let me check and make sure. You should be getting sound. You getting sound right now? Let me know if you're getting sound. Desktop audio properties. Yeah. Should be getting sound. Any sound here? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you're getting sound.
I don't want niggas stealing from me either. Shoot them dead. Defend your own.
Shoot them dead?
1,000%. Someone comes and takes yours and takes in your community. This is the problem we don't want to have a conversation. This is an aggressive conversation we've got to have. Are we going to allow people in our community to steal and take from us? No.
You heard that? This is Andre. He's taking some. I ain't gonna say he's taking my talking points, but man, this is right along what I've been talking about for a very long time. And how can you have businesses with people stealing? There has to be almost immediate consequences. You can't wait on the government to punish these people. The government is more or less taking hands off.
Yeah. Defend your own.
Shoot 'em dead.
1,000%. Someone comes and takes yours and takes in your community. This is the problem. We don't want to have a conversation. This is an aggressive conversation we got to have. Are we going to allow people in our community to steal and take from us? No, we shouldn't. Why do we have so many thieves in our community? Because we give them a pass to steal. We encourage them to do so. We don't put the hammer down and say enough is enough. Because like I said, at the end of the day, the businesses that lose the most are black businesses. When we talk about what happened with the Rick Child case, the black kid that stole, was accused of stealing from the store, he had dealt with black people stealing from the store all the time. I can go to stores in Detroit right now and show you how people act in.
Yeah, he's saying everything I'm saying. Yeah, he's saying everything I'm saying. Yeah.
And treat the owners of the store, Arab, Asian, even black. I've seen black people who work with the Arab gas stations or liquor stores, and they get treated like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you black, you working, you coon, you back there working with them. What you mean working with them, working a job, nigga? Is that a problem? Having something? Because when we have it our own, prices have to be high, and we steal from it. And we go in and think, well, you got to give it to me because you black too. I can't get it for free. I heard this growing up. I watched this as a kid, that this is the mentality. This is...
Let's see, how do I do that? Please select a Call Me channel. I just select this one. Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Hey, John.
Yeah.
John,
Yeah.
just play that Andre shit.
Oh, you want to play the Andre? You want to hear the Andre? Okay.
Yeah, I'll listen with you.
That's something I'm making up because I live in these areas. The people we're talking about, the people on the right, they don't live in these areas. They're completely isolated from it. And this is why they're not winning. They're not relatable. Now, am I the most relatable person in the world? Of course not. I have my flaws. I'm not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But what I represent is somebody who lives in these areas, that sees the problem, knows the problem, can point it out, and can speak to these people. I love when I go around Detroit and people recognize, I love your content.
Boy, sound like John Gall here. Young Gall here. We got to push this boy forward here. What you say?
Well, just like you had old Boomer, Be Brave on your stream,
Yeah.
right? And he's resonating to, like, he's a 25-year-old man.
Yeah, he's very young. Had
Very
you heard,
young.
Had you heard of him?
Yeah. I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
No, I never heard of him before.
He's got a great presentation, the way that he looks and all that.
Oh yeah. Now he's doing very well. He's doing very well for himself if he's made it to PBD. As I said, I was watching Andrew Bronca the other day, and Andrew Bronca followed him on Twitter live right there on the channel while he was live streaming. So he's doing pretty well there. Let's play a little bit more.
Is that the lawyer, the solicitor, the lawyer?
Yeah, Andrew Bronca, yeah.
Bronca. Okay. Well, I've been following a little bit about you and Angry Man, like you chasing down Angry Man, and you chasing down what's that other guy?
Easy Bands or something?
Yeah, Easy Bands, but the other guy. Scott. Someone Scott.
Scott. I don't remember.
Oscar Scott or something.
Oscar Scott. Dang, you got me. You stumped me on that one. I'm not sure.
Scott Against the World or something.
Stanley.
Oh,
that was a long time ago.
Yeah. That he was a part of your show.
Yeah. When we first started the channel off, yeah, he was around, man. He's doing his own thing over there. He's probably live right now. No, it's probably too late for him now. But yeah, Stanley, he's an interesting character to say the least.
Yeah, but as B Brave said, he said that he won't come on your channel, and it's only because he doesn't want to talk about the truth, you know? The truth about fucking human nature and people.
Yeah, I think
human beings.
I think some of these discussions really conflict him. It shows how conflicted he is because again, I think he has some strong feelings about white people, but he married a white woman, so he has white in-laws, so he's forever kind of tied to white people. He has a white, half white son.
And guess what? But he's doing it big on the black side, right? He's disrespecting his white child.
Yeah, well, in a way,
he's doing it big.
Yeah, in a way, he is disrespecting his white child or the white side of his child by talking so disparagingly about white people. Yeah.
So he's doing it big. Yeah. So I respect that about him.
I don't know if I respect that, man. I mean, there has to be some mental conflicts in his head as he's talking about white people.
When he don't live around black people.
And then his son is half white. It would be one thing.
And
he should be talking glowingly about white people. They accept him with open arms, right? They accept him with open arms. But I think that has made him angrier, to be honest with you. If I had to,
you think he's got anger in his heart?
I think by the fact that those white people accepted him, among other things, but probably how readily they accepted him. That may have,
readily.
I think they put whatever differences they had aside for their grandchild, and I don't think he could put his differences aside.
Do you think the white people accepted him like out of fucking stupidity?
Out of stupidity?
Yeah, just out of being just naive white people.
Well, I
thinking
think
that he's a good guy.
Well, I definitely.
Good actor.
I definitely don't think that they know his views on white people. I don't think he's that honest with them. He comes on YouTube and does it, but I don't think his father-in-law watches his channel. He probably doesn't even talk about his channel to his in-laws, because he wouldn't want them stumbling up on his channel. That's my thoughts. I could be wrong.
Because he had this one stream where you were talking to him, and he didn't really want to answer any of these questions directly.
Yeah, that would have been a while ago, huh? Yeah, some of those things. I think it's some uncomfortable questions for him for sure, and he can't really answer those.
Oh, he didn't act like he was uncomfortable, but he just didn't answer the question.
I wonder what
didn't matter if he was like out of character or what.
I wonder what was the question. I'm curious to know what was the question.
I just think it was like a question about like is this a cultural thing?
Oh yeah.
Or is this a racial thing? Is this an IQ thing?
Yeah, he's very uncomfortable with that. He's very, very uncomfortable with that. Someone, I think it was B. Brady, was telling me that, he was talking about how his son may not have had the best of grades after the first year, first semester, something like that. And I couldn't help but think of the whole Karmelo Anthony-like situation, if that makes sense. Stanley's son, is at a very elite technical school, one of the more elite public technical schools, Georgia Tech. And, there's some very, very smart kids there. Very, very, very smart kids. And here's Stanley talking about his son, kind of came out of the gate struggling. And that kind of reminds me of the Karmelo Anthony situation. Yeah, Karmelo Anthony had a 3.7, but that was just average at his school, full of Asians and Indians.
Because can get up to a 6.0.
Right. And, if I can only imagine at a school like that, for instance. Did you go to college, by the way?
But I didn't. But John, you brought up this point about like after college, like after all these like scholarships, you actually need to like make money in the real world. Like you actually have to go into the job force, the workforce.
Yeah. And, you know, if you went to college, right, for the people in the audience that went to college, one of the things, you know, that you probably, particularly if you went to a large college like Georgia Tech, I went to Alabama, so you see something kind of similar. In that, you know, those people have like study groups. They, you know, they may be multi-generational legacy people. That, you know, they have like a, you know, they're people that their grandfather went there. They'd have multiple, you know, connections and stuff like that. So they have like a step up on you. The study groups and just notes and, you know, just all these different things that, as an outsider looking in, he's probably in the same type of situation, if that makes sense.
And it doesn't mean that they're better than you, John.
Well,
does it?
Well, it doesn't
It's
mean
like-
that they're better,
like,
but they may be better
look
suited.
at the police. Look at the police force, John.
What do you mean by that?
Like, who really wants to get spat on and fucking stabbed with fucking HIV needles? Like,
Yeah, I get it.
your father's in the police force, so you join the police force, you know?
Yeah, now I think, you know, some really smart kids there, and if you can't measure up with those kids, then you end up getting angry because you're not going to blame yourself. You're not going to say, well, I just can't cut it. You know, you're more likely to start pointing the fingers externally, and that's typically what we've seen. Look at the Karmelo Anthony people. They still have not taken responsibility for what their child did.
Well, the Karmelo Anthony people aren't Karmelo Anthony. Like he had his grade point average, and they probably didn't. That's the weird thing about this case, bro.
What was weird about this case?
Is that like you've got a whole lot of morons.
Yeah, that's true.
Trying to rally around this one guy, you know, and he seemed like he was a good student, right? From a good family. We saw his family, right?
Yeah, I question how good of a family it was, right? Like, we heard his
Apparently
dad.
His mom was a drunk. Yeah.
I'm not saying they're drunks or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, we heard his dad. His dad didn't seem like he was a world beater. The mother didn't seem like she was a world beater. She was a stay-at-home mom. They chose poor lawyers. They chose They chose a poor strategy to even pursue the case. The way they react.
Didn't they let it proceed with a public defender?
I don't know if they had a public defender or not. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
That hasn't been cleared up yet.
But they had like a social justice advocate.
Right.
They had that
right.
Dominic
right.
guy.
Right. And you know, one could legitimately say, did they really need a racial agitator on their team when they really needed to build sympathy with the Metcalfs? So these are all things.
Yeah. That's the thing that a lot of people aren't understanding, that there's a human element to this.
Yeah, and I think they missed out on the human.
That.
I think they jumped right over the human element and wanted to go.
And Jeff Metcalf, like as soon as the gag order came off him, what did Jeff Metcalf do?
Yeah, he
got a watermelon.
Did he really say that? Someone was trying to say that there was some AI involved in the video. I'm not sure. I haven't seen much of that video, so I'm not sure.
He really said it.
Did he really say it?
And he's an angry man, and
Yeah.
that's all he is. Like you know the angry man.
Yeah, I can understand him being angry, man. He lost his son for some senseless violence. I 100%.
And he had a gag order on him.
Yeah, well, he couldn't talk for a very long time.
So now he's unleashed.
He's free to speak his
John,
mind.
he's unleashed now.
Yeah, he's free to speak his mind. Let me play a little bit more of this, Andre. Go ahead. What you about to say?
Yeah. Put on the Andre.
Black, white doesn't matter. I'm always downtown Detroit every weekend. I love to walk around. That's what I love to do. I go anywhere I want. I don't have any fear. People love to say black people special on Twitter. You fearful about going out in Detroit. Oh, you probably hiding somewhere. You probably live in the suburb. I don't. I live in Detroit, downtown to be exact. And I go to the same place I grew up. And I wave to the people who know me. And I can walk from the house I sat back and was born and raised in to any gas station, any store in that area. Ain't nobody gonna say anything to me other than, hey, hello, how's your mom doing? If they haven't seen me in 2 years, how's your granddad doing? He passed away about 2 years ago. That's how I'm represented. And I will continue to be represented that way. I don't have any fear in what I'm saying because I know I'm right.
What political aspirations do you have?
Given the controversy, and especially with me being very critical of
this is
the
where I
Israeli
think he
lobby
goes.
and Jewish power, I would say
This is what I think, and kudos to him. I ain't trying to tell him what he should or should not do, but I think once you open the gate to open up the possibility to politics, you automatically, it tempers your message if you really are serious about getting into politics right there.
As much as I would love to run for office, I think there would be a lot holding me back given those things. However, if I could run, I'd probably run for mayor of Detroit. The highest I would go is governor.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, the mayor of Detroit, like, bro, that's just nothing but corruption. You can't get in there and come out clean. Going in, you got to get dirty just to get in there. Does that make sense?
John?
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying. Andre Williams, he's talking all this stuff about still staying in Detroit and being a real black man, right?
Yeah.
And I really respect him, really, because of his age. I wish I was that intelligent at his age, but he doesn't understand the world.
He's getting there. I think politics, it provides kind of, for people who are looking for influence, it is an attractive lure. And if you can get in and willing to get dirty with the corruption, you have to sacrifice a little bit of yourself to be in there. You can't speak freely anymore the way that he's speaking freely now. And
on a big platform, Patrick Bet David, yeah.
So if his desire is to go politics, he's going to have to tone down some of what he's saying here, in my opinion.
Well, the last thing that he really blown up on was white soft underbelly.
Oh, really? You talking about Andre right here?
That crackhead channel. Yeah, Andre.
Yeah. Huh.
And do you think, like, he's had a debate with a couple of white nationalists, Forrest and Jackson on Frojax, and it really revealed that he's, one of those conservatives that you want. I'm sorry to put him in that category. He doesn't belong in that category. He belongs in a category, but like with himself,
What do you mean by that? I didn't see that debate. Tell me more. What you think?
He got exposed that he just
really?
kind of like the conservatism only goes so far, and then it cuts off, and then he doesn't want to be an individual.
So give me an example of what you mean.
As an individual, he happens to fall into a category.
Give me an example of what you mean.
Well,
or what
I'm
happened
just
on that
saying,
show?
like,
Yeah, tell me what happened on that show. I'm curious to know.
on the PBD show.
No, I thought you said on
he
a
went
project.
through the gimmick. He went through his gimmick, bro, which is the 4 types of black people.
Oh, he did that here on PBD? I haven't seen all of it.
That was his gimmick.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm talking about he went on another show before that, a week prior.
Okay, tell me about that show. You said he got exposed on that show?
Yeah.
How so? Tell me what happened.
He kind of got exposed, bro. I'm
Well,
not
tell
going
me.
to say it,
No, I'm curious to know. That's why I'm asking you. If you don't mind telling me. I mean, I can look it up, but if you want to just give me the short version.
I'm saying that, like, he ran into white conservatives, white nationalists, and these are white nationalists that are that want remigration.
Of what the blacks or everybody?
Everybody, including.
Oh, okay. So you ran.
Unfortunately,
now you want to make.
The FBA's too. They're all in. Yeah.
Now I want to look this up. Now you got me curious. What was the name of it? Frojax?
Yeah, Frojax with X with the X. Yeah,
Frojax. And that's on YouTube, right? That's on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Look up Frojax Andre Williams. It'll probably pop up.
Frojax, right? Oh, I think it's 3 weeks ago.
You found it. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. That sounds about right.
Okay. Let's take a look at this.
Go in the middle or whatever you want to do, John.
You tell me. Well, let me see. Hopefully it'll come up here.
What exactly do white people get from tolerating black people in our country?
Oh, it's starting off real good here. Can you hear it? You can hear it, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Yeah, this is going to be rough for him. I'm curious to know how he's going to respond.
What exactly
you really think it's going to be rough for him, John?
Rough talk? Well, it depends. I don't know how he's going to answer this. I haven't heard much of Andre, but it's starting off like they're challenging him here.
Tolerating black people in our country at this point. I mean, what is the advantage at this point?
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We are building something real here. Free, unrestrained conversations and content that contend with the real issues. If you want to help us keep that going, feel free to buy the Frojax Brothers a coffee over at our Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can send some support to our Rumble crypto wallet. Every bit helps, and this helps us stay independent and deliver to you as much value as possible.
And while you guys are supporting the mission, make sure to check out Frojax.net to see our merch designs that are dropping weekly. Here you can read more about who we are. Check out. Here you can read about.
Get rid of that.
Let me get through some of this shit.
The most retarded shit, and I really don't care. It's like, you can say whatever you want. You're not going to get me to jump out or anything. I'm not offended by much. I can keep my composure. And I know how to have an intellectual and civilized conversation. So I let the Spurks jump out, but the people who can actually have a conversation, can converse with me, it's never really been too much of a problem. I've had the occasional people I care about my country, and you're being
Yeah, that's about right. What and I think we reached out to you initially. I don't know if we usually just do kind of a free flowing conversation, so we didn't have like a specific set of questions or anything like that. But we can kind of just jump into it if you want.
Yeah,
I'm hearing a tiny echo, just a tiny bit of an echo. I don't know if it's something that's like really
for me.
Yeah, I can hear myself just like a tiny bit. It's not a huge deal.
How about now?
I think we're okay. Check 1 2. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, that's good.
It was my headphones. That's what it is. I got some pretty loud headphones. All right?
Yeah, no worries.
My apologies.
I had a question a moment ago. How do you identify? Do you identify as like a foundational Black American?
How do you identify, John?
I'm just black, man. I always try to complicate the shit.
You're black?
Yeah.
You're a black man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just black, right? Yeah, I mean, if you're asking my race, I guess, yeah, I'm just black.
You're darker than me.
I would try to complicate this shit. Some people do try to complicate it. But it's interesting.
Some sort of like civic national.
I'm interested to see what he's going to say.
It's like, what do you call yourself? What do you believe?
We got to get into the civic nationalism conversation. Wow, that's a blast from the past right there. The FBA stuff, of course, I would align with that, but as you know, that group of people.
He aligns with FBA.
They're understanding.
Remember that, John.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what does the FBA mean? Foundation of Black America. I know that, but like I would have just said I'm black. I don't
American
know. Foundational Black America.
Slaves.
Is that what it is? Okay. Oh, that's ADOS or something. Oh, but anyway.
You connect them two together.
We made the country.
Marry them.
Or you'll get the retards that are like, we was really Native Americans and shit. We was really TPs and shit. It's like, dude, come on. You're Jews and Africans sold us into slavery. We came over here. Unfortunately, used farm equipment. Guess what? We're here now. Do something with it. Or go back to Africa and suffer. I mean, it's either do something now and try to better yourself to go forward in the future, or suffer with the consequences of doing absolutely nothing. And I heard you guys talking about this earlier.
about white men that want to leave the country and go to Asia, go to South and Central America. That's the problem we're having with a lot of black people who are conscious of the nigger problem that we have and also the Jewish problem that we have. They want to leave and go to the suburbs. Oh, I want to get away from the niggers. No, stay your ass in the black areas and do something for the betterment of your people and this country you live in. Well, we're just not going to have it. If we're kicking out Jews and niggers are next. If niggers can't get their act together, then whites are always going to be in the majority in this country. That's just kind of reality. It is what it is. And I think that I could see a 20 to 30% black majority, but we have to deport a lot of Hispanics for that to happen. But I think that's a perfect balance. But it's got to be separate but equal. It can't be this, multicultural, multi-ethnic. Everyone can have, their own identity and shit. We can't have that anymore. It's not working. It's not functioning at all.
What makes you confident that white people will always be a majority? Because we're kind of teetering on the population.
We even look at just the history of white population, or just any population in any country, on any continent. If they have the power, the resources, and a strong backing and fervor behind them, they're going to maintain the majority. Now you can bring up examples like the Native Americans. Well, there's a lot of Native.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What makes whites gonna reproduce? What makes whites gonna reproduce? I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure where he's going with this. I never thought about the population thing like this.
Americans here and they got conquered. Well, technologically, they were not advanced enough to defend their lands. They may have had the numbers, but they didn't really have the technology or the means to defend their lands properly. So I think right now you're not going to see people getting to the Native American level. You're not going to see that at all. I don't think we're going to get to that point in this country seeing that. But I am confident that whites are probably going to be still the majority in this country. But things have to get worse in order for things to get better. And I think that what black people, which is, of course, my prime focus, me being black, we have to look at it. Either we can take advantage of what's going on in this country and work on fixing ourselves, or we can be a part of the problem and then be removed.
Is your identity as a black person more important to you than your identity as an American, or vice versa?
Well, of course, I'm a race realist, so of course race is a key part of one's identity that matters. But I'm an American. I'm a black American. I care about my country. I care about the people who are compatible with the civilizational state. I care about the people who exist here and have existed here for generations. And that's all that really matters to me. I don't really care about the people in the Caribbean who are black or people in Africa. Like I have some, if we understand genetics, I have some, genetic altruism towards them because they are of the same racial group. But I don't have anything in common with them. I have nothing to really share with them. There's nothing that we can really agree on.
Now, this is not StreamYard tonight. This is Road Call Me.
Where's Stanley?
Stanley does come over here. The link is pinned.
Over here to take or to disrupt. And some do come over and benefit and are far more prosperous than black people, unfortunately. But I think in order for us to succeed and go forward, we've got to change that. So I'm a black American. I put my country first. I served my country in the military. I come from a long line of black people who've served this country. Fun fact, much of my family's been here since the 1740s. They fought on the side of George Washington, not the 20,000 blacks that fought for the British. So I come from a long line of patriots, and I care about the existence of the people here in this country and the future of the people that will come after us.
Do you think there's any level of incompatibility between racial groups in terms of looking at it from like a race realist point of view? Because things like icophilia, where we see this in the animal kingdom, things that belong to the same species or subspecies flock to familiarity. And we see the same thing with different racial groups. So like even if you could have non-white people in America, and this is something I talk about, they could claim to be patriotic, or they could say that they have, positive feelings towards their heritage as an American, but naturally our proclivity towards people that are like us oftentimes supersede whatever like political persuasion we might have, which is more of like an earthly thing. So do you think there's any level of incompatibility there where, like, as a white person who's also a nationalist and a racial realist, I could recognize that a black person would also be more loyal to other black people before they would be loyal to white Americans, for example? You see what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah, that makes sense. And I've had this conversation over the years. That makes perfect sense. That's always going to exist. It's never going away.
Wait a minute. I guess they are on StreamYard. I'm not on StreamYard. They're on StreamYard.
It's genetic. It's nature.
Right.
Too much. And, we live in today's age where people want to reject nature.
Yeah.
Bring him in.
Say what?
Bring him in.
Bring who in?
Oh, no. I thought you had someone.
Oh, no. They're on StreamYard. I'm not on StreamYard. This is what we're looking at here.
That's reality I'm
you're
a realist
looking
all
at
the way.
another strand.
So yes, people are incompatible with certain cultures. People are not going to always agree. We could sit back here and agree, but there are things that we're not going to agree on. There's things that we're going to have disagreements on, and also that transcend into larger collectives, culture, race, nationality, so on, political identity. You're always going to have some differences. Not everything is going to be equal. Now, is there a commonality? Is there a common?
Oh, you can't talk over the video here. You got an audience trying to listen.
Yes. Now the question is, to what degree and to what level do we have these things in common? I think that Black and white Americans who've been here for generations, we have one thing in common in this country. Now, when it comes to our own respective racial groups and our respective communities, I have to do for mine and you have to do for yours in order to make this work. If I'm sitting back allowing so much chaos and dysfunction within the Black community, then it's not going to work. If we have a country of weak white men and dysfunctional white women, that's not going to work either. So the best way we can go about this is focusing on ourselves, but being always reminded that we are part of a grand, because honestly, I believe this, that Black and white Americans are the most intelligent. Honestly, I do think that when you look at just historically how things have progressed, white Americans have taken over when it comes to innovation, technological achievement. Black Americans have surpassed much of their, all those throughout the diaspora. So I think we are the best and the brightest in this country, but nothing is guaranteed and nothing is absolute. We can lose that in a heartbeat. And it's all dependent on if we do something now in this generation, in this time. If we do nothing, we just sit back and, let the garbage go by, let all this,
this is just too mealy
mouth. We can't
mouth.
have a dysgenic society. We got to start doing some racial hygiene here.
What you about to say? Go ahead. What you about to say?
No. I was just listening to the video, and I was just wondering what you think about. I know you date not Ghanaian woman.
Yeah.
You date the Tevas.
Yeah, I've dated. Yeah.
Do you think that they are the more genuine human being? And they're Black, I think know if their hair's real or what.
I think they, the first thing off the top of my head probably is something like they probably a little bit more connected to nature. I know that may sound weird, but just like, like here in America, I see Black people eat anything. An African person, he's gonna eat his fufu, farina. They're tied to their food. They're very. The ones that I've known have been very much like, I gotta buy my groceries. Right. They're not like trying to eat out at Burger King. So culture is largely centered around food. Right. So they have a little bit more root. They're a little bit more rooted because they do probably have a stronger culture. When you think Jamaican, what do you think? Jerk chicken, right? And so there's kind of a culture around that type of stuff. And music, they do have their own music too. And it's probably not as, it's definitely not as vulgar as, Black American music.
Yeah, and there's going to be no cussing.
Definitely not as much. I don't know what's up with this Discord link. I have to get that thing.
Hang on, we fuck that motherfucker up your dick, you sucker.
All right, hold on now.
Start doing some racial hygiene in order to get better. Because, like I said, nothing's guaranteed, nothing's absolute.
What differentiates your position from a civic nationalist position then? Because, you admit a couple things. So you identify as a Black American rather than just explicitly an American. And you acknowledge, rightfully so, that you have some sort of loyalty or at least acknowledgement to people that belong to your large racial group. But then you say that the people that you are most interested in looking out for are people who occupy this nation. Now, maybe your interests in Black Americans would supersede your interest in Hispanic or white Americans, but the American part comes first. So then it's like, what is an American? Is it just someone who has a residency to the United States?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
It's an amount of time you've been here?
It's just sacrifice, blood. Soil. These things are. You just can't purchase this. You can't subscribe to it. It's not.
Listen what he said, John.
Yeah,
I like Grey's Anatomy and watching SpongeBob. Therefore, I'm an American. That's not how it works, and this is the problem that we've been having in this country.
You want me to run it back?
Just for everybody else.
Give me 20 seconds.
For everybody else. Just for everybody else.
Don't talk about the video. All right.
It's an amount of time you've been here?
It's just sacrifice, blood. soil. These things are, you just can't purchase this. You can't subscribe to it. It's not Netflix or Amazon Prime. I like Grey's Anatomy and watching SpongeBob, therefore I'm an American. That's not how it works. And this is the problem that we've been having in this country, and I think across Western civilization. You cannot just subscribe into a country and say, I'm an American now. I think it takes 3 to 4 generations to make an American, and that comes through sacrifice, through blood. And also, even with that, if you've been here for 4 generations, if your people aren't compatible culturally, then guess what? You're not going to be here. It's Indians. I know people, I've been here for 13 years, I've been for 50, and they love all the same shit we do. They're like, I love football, I go and I don't care. You're not compatible with the country. I can't have you here. Because
he went in some Bible.
You know, it's very interesting. It's very interesting right here. You know, one thing he's saying like Indians are not compatible. I mean, if you're gonna pick on the Indians, and they are doing fairly well here financially, right? And they probably don't commit as much like street crime. From a black person perspective, it's really hard to kind of point the finger at anybody else.
John, why would you pick on an Indian?
Well, I mean, I understand, you know, they do cause a lot of upheaval in the technology industry. I understand where he's going, but as a black person, I don't think you have the grace to even pick on anybody. You know,
No. He can have the grace to pick on whoever the fuck he wants.
But I mean, like the Indian, I could hear Indians say, "Hey, who the hell are you? You guys are creating all kind of crime on the street." So you know, I don't know. I want to hear a little bit more of this though. Let me hear.
Culture is always going to be completely different and alien, and your identity is alien to this country. It's just not going to exist. I can't go to China as a black person and have generations of black people and then call, like, we're not going to be Chinese because we're culturally not compatible with their country, and we look completely alien to that. But here, there's really nothing alien about me being here when we look at the historic population. When we talk about Hispanics, I mean, you could talk on a continental level, they've been here. But even with that, we know the makeup of this country. You just cannot become an American just by buying into it. It's blood, it's soil, it's sacrifice, it's time, it's commitment, and compatibility.
But do you think on an individual level that applies? Because, I mean, how many black people in America have sacrificed or even consider themselves loyal to the country, right? And again, if we're sort of measuring someone's membership as an American based on A, the amount of time they've been here, and then B, what they've sacrificed.
This is a rough interview for Andre, man. This is a rough interview for him. These white guys are not holding back on him. This is pretty rough for him.
Does it have nothing to do with the genetic?
What do you say?
You know what, dude?
Say what?
Is this the first time you're hearing it?
Yeah. I've never heard of Frojax before. I'm going to subscribe to him.
Genetic basis, because isn't a nation of people? Isn't that this unity?
Right, a nation is a people, yeah.
This ability to assimilate to a culture, isn't that downstream from genetics, your genetic relationship to other populations? I mean, Jackson and I would go as
this is rough.
far as to say, because you're obviously
this is the Metcalf brothers, bro.
The Metcalf brothers.
As a group, I would say black people haven't assimilated, despite the fact that they've been here for hundreds of years. So, I mean, do you think that blacks and whites are even compatible at scale?
Take this, right? Who's caused much of that incompatibility? You know, I'm going to take accountability and say, you know, black people have pushed and they've aggressively pushed, like, oh, you're not American, you're an African American. But where does it come from? It really comes from Jews in the Civil Rights Movement prior to the Reconstruction era, all of that, who really told black, like, listen, you know, you're not really American and we're of the same struggle. So that's a big problem that we have to deconstruct as black people. Like, no, you've been here for, you talk about how you've been here for 400 years. You talk about how much you've created and built all this shit. But then in the same sentence, you would talk about how you hate this country and how it's oppressive. You pick a struggle. Either pick this country and do something with it, because there's no other opportunity you ever get. I mean, it can be unfortunate for everyone else, but for black people, black Americans, you should be very fortunate you're in this country today. And there has been much sacrifice and much of a commitment to let us stay here, and even black people to make our way. So to throw that all away is just ridiculous. This is something I don't really get with a lot of these black people. But I would say there is a cultural compatibility. There's a social compatibility. If you and I go to a different country, let's say we go over to, let's go over to somewhere in the Middle East. Let's go somewhere like Turkey, or let's go somewhere, you know, right. But let's say we take a trip, right? And something happens in that country. Now, it doesn't really matter about if we don't get along at home, but if something happens somewhere else, the first thing I'm going to recognize, oh, you're an American? Okay, what are we going to do? We're going to work together because we both speak the same language, right? We're, in terms of culturally, we want to solve problems in our own way, but we know how to work together and communicate together that other people don't. So that's the first thing you're going to see. If you put a black and white American somewhere else in a different country, the first thing we're going to do is work together.
You say what?
So what do you think he's doing here, John? Like, talking about being in the Middle East, in Turkey, if we all end up.
Well, you know, I think
Westerners.
the way I'm taking the conversation is they're saying, look, black people are incompatible with white people. It just doesn't matter that you're here. You very well could be incompatible. No different than the Indians. You can't really say blacks are compatible with this country, but the Indians aren't. I mean, they seem to, or the Hispanics aren't, or whatever group you want to choose. Because the blacks are showing the most dysfunction, the most hatred for the country, and you know, again, it's like they're not, you know, it's the juice worth the squeeze. That's how I'm taking it from the white guy's
He's
perspective.
just trying to say, all he's trying to say is like,
You're low, buddy.
we're gonna come together. We're gonna unite in Italy or something.
Yeah. Well, you seem like Andre's trying to sing a kumbaya type. Oops, and I don't think the white guys are listening.
kumbaya.
I don't think the white guys are up for kumbaya. I think that ship is sailed.
We know exactly who we are, where we come from. So that's the compatibility right there.
But if you go to another country,
you guys are brothers, right?
Yeah.
So you guys have disagreements all the time, right? There's things you got. You know, he wants to do one thing, you want to do another thing, but you guys are tied by blood. You guys are together by blood. Now, on a broader scale, racially, you have your racial brethren. You know, white people as a whole. There are things that you're gonna not. You know, white Americans don't get along with a lot of European Americans. You know, if you go over to Europe, Germans and Frenchies are not going to get along. Italians and Frenchies are not going to get along. Italians and Sicilians don't get along. There's always going to be this commonality. There's always going to be some disagreement. There's always going to be some layer of disagreement at some level, and that's just inevitable. The question is, at the end of the day, what binds us together? How strong is that bond? And how long can you maintain it?
And you know, it's a good question. I'm hoping they're asking, how strong do you think that bond is between blacks and whites?
And what is the foundation? How strong and solid that foundation? And I think with black and white Americans here, there's a strong foundation. But sadly, we're allowing a lot of people outside to manipulate. And
I don't think the foundation is that strong. I don't think the bond is that strong, at least from the black perspective. I think there's a lot of anger and animosity that they're harboring toward white people. So I'm siding with the white guys at this point. Andre's not acquitting himself well here.
Influence and push a lot of division. And I think we know who we're talking about. We're on Rumble, so I think we can say
it's yeah, I mean, you'll get no disagreement from us.
Say what?
John, he's just talking about the people that he's around. The people that he knows. The people that he connects to. You know, he's not talking about the wider society.
Yeah, it may be correct.
On the question of Jewish subversion, which is, I mean, at the top of the list of issues that must be addressed.
You know, man, you know, I know Be Brave likes to talk the Jewish thing. I think from the black people perspective, it's like an excuse to me. Most black people couldn't recognize a Jew from a white person. So talking about him, I don't know. I think you should focus on something else.
Very quickly, but it would be hard for me to believe that absent the variable of organized Jewry, the blacks and whites would be able to magically get along. And there's a number of different
reasons. And that's exactly what I'm saying right there. Now rewind that.
Yeah, I heard your clip.
Yeah. I think, you know, absence of any Jewish influence, I don't think blacks and whites are going to get along very well, you know, in mass numbers.
No. We're gonna see each other's colours.
Yeah.
And we're gonna fight off flags. It's gonna be like Crips and Bloods.
Yeah.
White and blacks is like Crips and Bloods.
I never thought about it like that, but you got a point.
Quickly. But it would be hard for me to believe that absent the variable of organized Jewry, the blacks and whites would be able to magically get along. And there's a number of different reasons why. I mean, Northern Europeans and Sub-Saharan Africans are genetically the most divergent from one another. And
there's no shortage of differences that would manifest as a result of that difference. And we see that play out in real time. And I'd like to think, I mean, Northern Europeans are a very truthful and patient people. We're willing to hear people out. And I like to think that on some level it could be possible. But from our point of view, the opposite has been demonstrated time and time again. I mean, we've given the opportunity for Black people to come on to our show and give their point of view, and 9 times out of 10, it's this useless, antagonistic, angry thing. And I have a hard time believing that sort of cultural attitude stems exclusively from Jewish subversion. I oftentimes wonder, is that just how?
Of course, that's not. I can't blame everything on the Jews. Like all the Jews did. The reason for why Tyrone's smoking crack is because of the Jews. Like at the end of the day, I even put more emphasis on the Black person that pushes this degeneracy, this destructive ideology, destructive culture on the majority of Black people. This is why I separate them into different categories: Blacks, house Negroes, niggas, and niggers. As simple as that.
John,
you have the modern day house Negro that is a part
of This is his 4 types of Black people thing.
Who is the biggest Black voice right now for the culture, as in the culture, quote unquote, the culture?
I don't know.
Is it Taz?
Who?
Taz.
I don't think so, but you tell me. I don't think it would be Taz.
No, I'm asking you. I'm only asking you.
I don't think it's Taz though.
Is it DJ Academic?
Yeah, I can see him I can see him being more influential than Taz.
Cause I know that you watch Jason Whitlock, but Jason Whitlock's got someone in his ear.
I don't know. Anyway,
he's getting produced like he's stuttering over every single word, like John.
Yeah.
Jason's struggling.
Jason Whitlock, I haven't watched him in a bit. He's getting a little bit older.
Yeah.
He's getting a little bit older now. So the older you get, you age out of talking sports. That's probably what's happening.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that he's aging out of sports. He should,
Let me put a little more of the video in.
And simply wants to push this division for his own personal gain, for his own profit. And then it doesn't know anything. He's too stupid to do anything, and then there's dumb. And that's the difference. But you have a lot of Black people, just like myself, who are conscious of the problem. But the problem today with us is they're not willing to speak up about it. I get tons of Black people in my DMs. I love what you have to say. I never thought someone would be able to say it, and I'm afraid to say it. Why don't you just say it? What's the matter? Why do you have to sit back and be in fear? Because at the end of the day, you don't have to live around Black people. You can go and move. I live in Detroit. I have to live around these things. I've got to live around this shit. When I go to the store or when I'm walking the street, I've got to see the behavior. I don't want to.
Well, it is a little different for whites, though, because legally, I mean, we still don't technically have the right to freedom of association. I mean, we've been challenged on that time and time again. And, our communities get flooded with people all the time. So I wouldn't agree with that assessment 100%. I think white people are the ones that are really suffering from integration the most because we're the only ones that don't really stand to gain anything from that. So,
woof. This is rough talk.
This is rough talk both ways.
They're giving it to Andre, and
what did Andre say about?
Andre's, he's
like there's no hurt from the Blacks.
Yeah. He's trying to sing Kumbaya, and
he's trying to say Blacks are a non sequitur.
Yeah, and I think the white guys are saying, like, what benefit, whether Cuban or Cubano or whatever, like, to what benefit do we get? What are we getting from this integration? You guys are benefiting from it, but what do we benefit from? This is how I'm taking it.
I mean, what exactly do white people get from tolerating Black? I mean, what exactly do white people get from, tolerating Black people in our country at this point? I mean, what is the advantage at this point?
Like I said, we have to go to the difference between news and in Black.
And this is, I don't think this works. Honestly, I don't think this works. Because nobody's trying to figure out the different types of Black people. Nobody got time for that. I don't have to do that with any other.
Okay, Joe.
Like, I don't have to do that with any other group of people.
Can you explain this a little bit more?
Well, like, are there 4 or 5 different groups of Hispanics? No. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Good
like,
point. Good point.
Are
Okay.
there 3 different types of whites that are you know you know what I'm saying? Are there 3 different types of Asians? You know, the N-word Asian. Let me see what these categories are. I'm curious to hear what these categories are.
We could break that down later.
I want to hear what he says.
The difference between and then black people.
Right, like, okay, so now it's at least 2. I thought he had about 3 or 4 categories here.
Black people who do contribute, black people who do make the sacrifices and actually provide something for society, there's much there. But niggas no. And this is something that we have to focus on internally. There's no white support or white help that's going to come by and fix the problem. This, in majority, is a black issue that we have to focus on. In the same way, I can't go to the white community and talk about, oh, well, you know, white people have these problems. It's not my fucking business. White people have to do it for themselves. And that's a big problem we're seeing today. Black people need to take accountability, and we need white people to strengthen themselves and have an identity once again. And this country can be somewhere. This country can actually go. And also realizing the greater threat, the greater issue at the end of the day, which is far larger and far more controlling on both of our people than we are to each other.
Do you believe that your perspective?
See, I was just saying, I forget what the question was. I was saying, yeah, man, you right, man. You been dealt a bad hand, bro. Right, all you gotta do now at this point, you crack down, law and order is the best you can hope for.
Is representative of your community, or do you think that you're more of an exception?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Which is far larger and far more controlling of both of our people than we are to each other.
Do you believe that your perspective is representative of your community, or do you think that you're more of an exception?
Oof. Oof.
Oof. Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about the oof.
I thought he had more than 2. What is his categories of blacks again? He said the N-words and what else? He said there's
stupid shit. He's saying
But it's like 4 different types of blacks. He says, right?
The house Negro is
right.
The democratic politicians. You know?
Right. Yeah. So he has different categories of blacks, and this is rough.
1,000%. I think that there is.
You know, this is why I think black conservatives have such a hard go of it.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know you've been talking about.
Yeah.
You discredited him. Well, what about Anton Daniels?
It's the same thing. I think he has the same problem, to be honest with you.
A growing movement of black people like myself that are tired. But the problem, as I said, is they are afraid to speak up because what do you get? Someone like me, I say what I do. I say how I say it. And get called a coon and Uncle Tom. A lot of niggas have a fear of missing out and being kicked out of the collective. And that's kind of a natural thing. But with black people, it's very, very aggressive. It's very, very primitive. It's very, very tribal. And it's disgusting. It's not to our benefit. But there are a lot of black people who are like, I'm tired. I was driving downtown Detroit last night. Went to the store, just driving around. And I stopped for a minute. And this was a working class guy who was working security. And he's driving his car down Jefferson. He pulls up on the side of me. Dude, I love your content. Listen, I'm glad you're saying, you know, what needs to be said. I try to tell other people, you know, about your videos, but they call me a coon and call you a coon. Keep pushing it, man. We need change. Another dude, I was outside of a Meijer grocery store down.
This is not having any effect on these people. These people like, okay, so what? Right?
John, I gotta admit that you are the truth, right? You speak the truth, and it's like, what can black conservative is actually in the spotlight? Name one.
I can't think of one.
A real conservative.
I mean, I can't think of one in the spotlight. But I don't follow politics that closely. So.
Well, in social media even.
I guess it would be. With the Hodge twins or somebody? I don't know. Anthony Bryan.
They're
Logan?
not black. They're half black. Yeah, we know they're half black.
Oh, okay. Are they? I didn't know. The Anthony Bryan Logan. Somebody like him. I guess.
Yeah, you already talked about his raggedy old American flag.
Yeah, his take on the Karmelo was very race centric. And this is This really highlights what the problem I think with the black conservatives.
What's your thing? What's your thing with Karmelo? Like, how do you actually feel in your heart? Like,
shit, I thought he was guilty, man. Shit, you know, you can't just stab someone for minor provocation, man.
Would you if you were in Karmelo's situation, you would have smacked him in the face with a fist or something?
No, I probably would have left, man. You know, once they asked me first time or two, I'm out, man. You know, like I would probably got it. I don't want a lot of confrontation if I can avoid it, and I think that's what that boy was lacking. You got to avoid confrontation as much as possible. Because you never know who you might end up fighting, man. You never know who you might end up fighting. Somebody could be the people that want to fight. You know, you might end up fighting someone that can really, really fight. You know,
a rumble. It'll be a real rumble.
Well, it might not be much of a rumble.
But
people
no,
really fighting.
But I'm just saying, like that one stab, you know.
Yeah, and we get back to Karmelo. I'm kind of interested in hearing this. This is you got me on this one. You mentioned this, and now I'm interested in hearing this.
Over in Michigan, around the place. Went to Meyer, and there was a guy, black guy, probably around the same age as myself, 25, and he was trying to sign a petition to get pretty much stop lobbying and stop money going into politics. You know, great shit, nice petition. Probably isn't going to go anywhere, but had a decent amount of signatures. And I said, you know, it would be great if we didn't, you know, if we could do this for no money to AIPAC, no money to Israel. He's like, that'd be very good if we can get the Jewish money out. I said, holy shit. This guy is, are we JQing on the corner in Detroit? And this is a black, holy shit. So when I see this, when I have these.
This has no, like, their eyes probably glaze over, like, bro, we don't want to talk about Jewish people. Like, we want to talk about blacks. We want to talk about blacks.
Yeah, I understand that you don't want to.
Right. Now I'm saying they
that's not outline.
No, I'm saying they don't want to talk about Jewish people. Like, I don't think that they see the Jewish people as their problem. I think they see I think they see the black people as their problem. You know, a more immediate problem. I don't know if they see Jewish people as a problem at all. Maybe the Jewish people are a problem, but it's not an immediate problem. And people tend to focus on immediate problems.
You trying to say we aren't Nazis?
Oh, damn. The caller session is about to expire. To continue, let me send it. All right, but yeah, I think this is what they're saying. Like,
yeah, true.
Like he keeps talking about the Jewish. They're not mentioning Jewish. I don't think they care about Jewish.
The everyday average black person, that's motivating for me because I know exactly what I want for my people. I know there's a large group of black people growing that are opposed to what's going on and no longer want to be represented in the worst way.
But this is still a civic nationalist kind of position because your goal as you would consider yourself a black American and you divide it into black Americans, house niggas, and niggers. That's your four.
Okay, so he has 4 categories here.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, this might get rough for me. I haven't seen this. So this is Ralph the Dome here.
Quadrants of black categorization. Is that what it was?
I think is that.
I agree.
And again, like, you know, what other groups have these different categories of their own people? You know,
American. That's at the top right there. The pyramid says we're American, but of course you have these different groups here: white Americans and black Americans.
And
yes, you have to divide them up in the culture of what the culture is today. You have let's say 20% of the black community is black people like myself. 10% house Negroes. I've got 60%. We're looking at, you know, the niggas, and then the remainder.
Damn, he said 60% are like N words. Jesus Christ, this is rough, boy.
Do you think it? Well, Be Brave says it's 70. Well, 70% looks on. Like he says, 70% looks on.
Right.
And 30% is doing a lot of crime.
And so what I imagine that these people are going to say, well, damn, if you got 60% of your people is just terrible, what the hell value are they to us? Why are we putting up with all this bullshit from a group of people that's largely N-words, as Andre calls them?
We say 20% of the black community is black people like myself. 10% house Negroes. I've got 60%.
Huh? Hold on, let me play the video.
Yeah, that's what he says. That's what Andre says.
Yeah, he's
not me or you or anyone.
But look, he's about to say 20, 60, that's 80. And then I guess there's another 20. Let's see what he says.
I would say 20% of the black community is black people like myself.
Okay,
10%
that's 20%.
house Negroes.
10% is a house Negro. I'm not sure what a house Negro is.
Like himself. Like himself. Did he just call himself a house nigger?
No, he said 10% is house niggas, 20% is people like himself, 60%, so that would put him at 80, 90% are like basically the lowest of the low blacks. And that will give us another 10%. Let's see what that 10% is.
We're looking at, the niggas, and then the remainder, niggers. That's a big problem that we're having today.
Wait a minute. He said 60%?
Is black people like myself. 10% house Negroes. A good 60%. We're looking at, the niggas, and then the remainder.
He looks like Shea Gil.
He said 60%.
He looks like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander without the braids.
He said he looks like 60% here. He said 60%. That's only 90, but that's only 90% total. Yeah, it'd be great numbers.
Right.
So he missing 10%. I can't get this other 10%.
That's a big problem that we're having today.
So this super majority of people that fall into the latter two categories.
See, there you go. Super majority. This is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Right, your goal would be to reach them and augment their cultural attitudes. Right. So really.
Hold on, you're talking on a video here. Don't make me put you down. You're talking on a video. You're talking on a video, right?
Is sort of just like a culture thing.
Yeah,
because as long as you can get them to see the world the way that you see the world, or that white culture is supposed to be, or American culture is supposed to be, then we can sort of save this age-old relationship between blacks and whites.
What's more, it's pushing black people in this direction of what we're doing right now is not working. It's not working for myself. It's not working for you. It's not working for anyone around us. It's very toxic. And it's not even about just in America, it's on a world stage that people don't want to be around us for a reason. Not even other Africans want to be around black people because of how toxic the culture is. We don't even want to be around each other. When they come over here, what the first thing, I don't want to be around them. I serve with a lot of Africans. I want to be around the fucking niggas. Williams, you're the only one who I like. You. The rest of these niggas, they're not shit. I've heard that time and time again. So what I want is not to, I want to appease and we want to sit back and play nice. No, I want my people to do better and be represented in a better way. And that comes from attacking the cultural structure right now that we have.
Very narcissistic.
That is so toxic and so destructive for that's inhibiting our advancement. So that's what I'm focused on at the end of the day. I believe strongly if you can combat the culture, call it what it is. Meanwhile, building a better culture, a better identity, a better representation, black people in the next 50, maybe 100 years will be a lot better. I would say you could turn around in the next 20 if you really push it.
Yeah.
Did you just catch just the way that he referenced himself in the third person?
I may have missed it. What did he say?
He called himself Andre Williams.
Oh.
In the third person, He's very narcissistic.
Yeah.
That's not really gonna. I think he's a little bit lost.
I don't hold him against him. He's young. I don't hold that against him. I think his message is not going to resonate with these people. These people are sick of black people. And all this kumbaya, age-old relationship, they don't want to form it. To what benefit, they're saying?
Aggressively, but that comes with us policing our own.
It's so
that comes
sad
with us
that
maintaining our areas,
migration.
pushing and passing laws in our own areas that are very strict on combating the shitty and the disgusting culture.
Well, there is a fluidity to culture, to cultural attitudes, right? Because there's the people, and then there is propaganda, there is things happening in the world, there's relationships between people, there's disparities, there's media, there's art, there's all sorts of influences that play into how people view themselves and view their relationship to the rest of the world. But then there's also the people themselves, and I think that even if you were to correct for these disparities between blacks and whites, what's left over is an unavoidable genetic distinction. And I think that many of these things, not all, granted not all, there's been a plethora of things that played into why black people are the way that they are now. And this is part of the reason why some black people, such as yourself, don't find yourselves really identifying with a lot of that behavior. But I think controlling for everything else, there is still a genetic difference. And it sort of comes down to what is really the best way to structure a nation. I don't think that it is by putting people that are so genetically divergent in the same proximal location.
Oof. This is rough talk for Andre. I wonder how he's going to respond to this.
And part of my white cooperative nature, I want black people to be better off. I don't want to see this shit on Twitter. I don't want people to suffer. And I want to believe that if I try really hard, I can get everyone to see the world the same way. But I actually feel I'm starting to lose faith in this sort of belief that, well, if we just can control for the general cultural attitudes, everyone can kind of get along. I think it would almost be best if we all just part ways. regardless of the fact that there's exceptional black people like yourself that find themselves assimilable to white culture, and white people probably prefer you over some other white people because of the way that, but I mean, you said it yourself, you're an exception. And, you know, even if we were to...
No. I never say that I'm... Now, when I talk amongst black people, yes, but I'm just Andre Williams, and I'm representing what black people actually are, with the real black people who are tired of this and tired of the culture where we are. There's no, I'm the exceptional Negro. You know, I'm the, you know, the special one. No, I'm just me.
I didn't mean that. I meant when you were in the military, they were saying like, oh, Williams, you're the only one that doesn't act
Yeah,
like
it was
that.
mainly a lot of the Africans. Yeah, that was a lot of the Africans, and that's how they talk. But never have I heard that from whites who are like, oh, I don't even like the, you know, you're one of the good ones. What the is the good ones? Because good and evil is subjective. I really don't care about good and bad. It's kind of a, you know, who really cares about that at the end of the day? It's more, are these people beneficial to society? Are they producing something in society? That's how I view things. I'm not into the morality dog.
So that's civic nationalism then, because that's the economic thing. That's like the GDP argument. People say, well, okay, we'll be assimilable.
That's not the GB. No, that's not the GDP argument. When we're talking about race. You want the best, the brightest, the strongest. Those who are actually going to contribute something on a tribal level, on a clan level, on a, you know, we're talking on any level at all, any collective. You're looking at who is going to benefit and who's going to gain something for survival, not for the economics. Oh, well, you know, with GDP, we just want the good ones to come over here. No, that doesn't work at all.
I hear you.
That's the same argument they use for immigration. Well, these people are contributing to they pay taxes. It's like, who fucking cares?
I think there's a foundational disagreement. And obviously, I don't want to make it a debate, but I want to challenge it. So, I mean, when you say they're benefiting, what is it?
Hold on. Cut your mic down.
Like, what is the thing that they're benefiting?
Say that again. My headphone's about to die. I'm about to switch it over.
That's okay.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, when you say, the question is more so, are they a benefit? Like, what specifically is it that they are a benefit to?
So if you're adding something to the progression of the collective we're part of, I'm not talking economically.
Right.
When we're talking about, okay, when it comes to resources, how do you use these resources to further our advancement so that we can survive better, so we can have a better way of life, so we can improve the quality of life and the longevity of humanity? But of course, more importantly, is we're going to focus on more specific, the United States, Western civilization. That's really all I care about. I live in the West.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So when you say our collective, you mean the United States?
Of course, those who comprise of the United States of America historically, the historic population.
So that's sort of the disagreement there. I mean, we believe that America is a nation. So, I mean, even if, let's not even use blacks or whites. Let's say a Chinese person comes and they have 105 IQ, they're an engineer, they contribute in whatever meaningful way. They serve in the U.S. military. Let's say they find a cure for testicular cancer or something like that. Is there measurable benefits to the nation, the direct qualifier of their membership to the nation, this collective?
No, because they're not culturally compatible. They do not make up the historical makeup of the country. Boom, you're gone. I had this conversation when I was in D.C. about a year ago for the inauguration. I was with some Patriot Front guys. It was funny. And they had this guy, he was like, I'm from El Salvador. I've been a doctor for 20 years, but I'm illegal. And I'm like, well, you still have to go. He was like, well, what if I saved your life? Like, I would thank you for saving my life, but you would still have to go back. I mean, I'm not going to sit back and play, because if I let you in, then I got to let all the other people in at the medium level, at the low level. We're not going to play that game.
I agree with you there.
But why?
See, I think, you know, like, he's just saying, you know, black people are from here. I think the guys are saying, but you're culturally incompatible. We're incompatible with each other. That's what needs to be resolved.
Well, I think what he's saying, John, is like America is black and white only.
Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. You are kind of right, and that is what he's saying, is that, you know, blacks and whites were here. You have this kind of relationship. You are right. He is kind of saying that America is black and white, and he's pointing out all these other groups: Hispanics, doctors, and Indians, and so on.
He hates him.
I never thought about that, but you could be right.
Yeah, I don't know if you hate him. You talk about the fucking supremacy of him.
Well, you know,
you know what I mean, your property.
Well, I talk about it from. You know, well, you talking about the Indians, right? You talking about the Indians?
Do you think an Indian is black?
No, I don't think Indians are black.
Are they black skinned?
Some of them are. Some of them. Well, I don't want to get too far off topic here with the Indians.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, but you know, some of them are darker than others, but I don't think they're black Americans.
But why wouldn't that apply to black people too, though?
Well, here's the thing, because I've been here in this country for the same amount of time as you've been in this country.
Because there's a historical.
My family's contributed much to this country.
John Gold's just a handsome Indian.
That's what he's saying. So he's going back to the historical. We've been here a long time. I don't think that's enough for these guys.
historical foundational element that exists. They don't have a historical foundational. They may have that on a continental level in terms of.
Right. But that's the sleight of hand of the civic nationalist thing, because you're saying in reference to black people. In reference to black people, it's how long they've been here and what they've contributed. But if it's from some nigga from El Salvador, deport him because he hasn't been here long enough. Because, I mean, hypothetically, a guy from El Salvador could assimilate.
Been here long enough. No, not that he hasn't been here long enough. That he doesn't have the history, nor is he going to be culturally compatible with either my community or your community. They're not going to fit in. You bring El Salvadorian to Harlem, that is not going to fit in. You bring him over to, I don't know, Beverly Hills, Queens, he's not going to fucking fit in, all right? He's got to get the fuck on. That's simple as that. So you have to...
But see, that's where I don't think he's actually right.
John, how much does he love the Hispanics? How much does he love them?
Oh, I don't know how much he loves them. But anyway, I
he
think...
loves them.
I mean, I think... It doesn't seem to be that he loves them. He's saying that they won't fit in, but in reality, I think the Hispanics fit in better than the blacks in many cases.
Examine that in that level. Now, if he goes somewhere in Miami and goes with the Cubanos, maybe he'll fit in, and maybe they'll accept him. But when we look at the main two people historically who've been in this country, we've had a significant, the largest population, or the most influence over the country has been white and black. And we have a growing Hispanic population, not half of them are illegal, that threatens the existence of both of our people. I tell black people all the time that you guys think that the Hispanics are going to come over here and sing Kumbaya. No, you guys are going first. Like, black people are 14% of the population. Hispanics are what, 21? It's fucking wild. By 2050, they're going to be about 30. Whites are going to be below 50. Black people are still going to only be 15, 16. That's a replacement like a motherfucker. We're being replaced too. Simple as that. That's not something that's like, well, it's only specific to... No, you're being replaced because guess what? You don't fix yourself. You don't do anything for yourself. You allow other people to come over here and walk all over you, and you beg for a handout. And that's the problem with black people. We beg for a handout instead of building. Instead of doing something for ourselves. We've allowed other people to come in and profit off of that shit.
I still don't think he's addressing their issue, though.
But, it's a problem that we both have to deal with and we have to fix in our own right.
I hear you. There's a fundamental thing we're trying to get at here, and I don't want to turn it into like a 2-on-1 debate because I don't think that we sort of came for that. We want to be good faith.
Listen, but if we have disagreements, we have disagreements.
But
I
the reason,
and have a conversation. Go ahead. My bad.
But the reason why this example is important is because the timeline of history sort of reinforces the non-assimilable nature of black people in America. Because you could say that, we share history, and maybe your argument is also, net contribution. But the history thing, to me, seems nullified by the fact that blacks have not assimilated. I mean, they've been given every opportunity with varying levels of, influence of subversion from Jews and things like that. You could argue that with black culture right now, it's at an all-time high. But even back then, I mean, we had racial, even back then, we had racial separation because we were distinct as people, and we still are. Fundamentally, we are different groups of people. And so it's difficult for me to buy the history of black people serving as an argument for their belonging to the nationhood. I still believe that it is exclusively a white nation. How would you say that black people have ever assimilated to American culture?
I would talk.
Oof, boy, he's giving him some tough questions here. He's giving him some real rough questions. Yikes.
John, you'd say this is rough talk, but...
For a black conservative, again, they're not looking to hear all this kumbaya talk. We need to vote conservative. They're talking about, hey man, you're incompatible. The hell with who you're talking about voting for and stuff like that. MAGA American flag.
Well, the black conservative was always turned with the fucking Latino conservative with Trump. Trump made everybody a lover, They fell in love with Trump. Everyone knows that.
Give me a second.
About the service in the United States military, in terms of technology, in terms of academia, is it on the same level as white people or other people? Of course not. I'm not going to go down like, the patents and all that. Like, that's stupid. But there is a level of very intelligent and hardworking blacks, I would say, at the middle class level and at the upper class level, that have contributed. The problem that we have today in this country is that we have a large, undesirable class of people on all sides that aren't contributing shit to both of our cultures. Now, the thing is that I'm not for this kumbaya, let's all hug and hold hands, Barney shit. I'm not trying to kiss you niggas. Like, I want to go and hang with the white. I don't want access to white conditions. I don't want that. I live in this country, and I believe that what we will build in our own communities adds to this grand collective, the civilizational state. That's how I view things going. That's the only way we can survive. But it has to be separate but equal. It has to be freedom of association. You have to have some form of segregation. And I think that just naturally, you're going to have people who are going to want to integrate and see the other side. Now, I don't think that's going to be as how it's pushed today artificially, and how it's been kind of enforced by law that you have to employ these people, you have to bring these people into your community for diversity. I don't think we're gonna, if we go in the way that we both want it, that the three of us want to see this country, highly doubt you're going to see a lot of the problems that we're seeing today. If black people focus on bettering them, and when I say better, it's like kind of a lack of a better word. It goes back to eugenics. It kind of goes back to racial hygiene, and it means a lot of things. People have been, what's the word I'm looking for? They've been misled to believe that eugenics is a bad thing. Well, eugenics is practiced all throughout society. I mean, it's practiced to this day. There's good eugenics and bad eugenics. Either way, it's necessary for the growth of the people and just humanity in general. But at the end of the day, you've got to instill separate but equal. You've got to push for freedom of association. If you want to hang around all white people, fine. You want to have all white communities, fine. If I want to go, when I go out, I hang around mostly black people. I don't mind talking to white people. I love being around white people. White people are cool. But if I want to go somewhere, if I want to have a good Friday night or a good Saturday, I go trip around me black people. Doesn't mean I'm not going to talk to white people. Like, I'm not talking to no hunkies when I see them.
I don't think he's Stanley.
I want to go around these people and be around it. When I want to go work and do business, I know where to go. If I want to have a good time with my own people, I know where to go. If I want to go and be around other people who are, maybe they don't look like me,
I think
but we have things in common, I know exactly where to go.
I don't think so.
If you push for that in this country will be a lot better. But you know exactly why that's not pushed. That's nationalism. All right, that's self-determination. And you know who that threatens at the end of the day? That threatens the Jewish establishment, organized world Jewry at the end of the day. They don't want to see it at all because it threatens their power and their establishment.
Yeah, we appreciate your honesty. If you were to ask me to define what an American is, I would most likely point to some of the foundational documents.
Andre Williams.
1790, 1785.
It sounds just like Stanley.
Really,
have you noticed
that come from European stuff?
Hey,
the founding stock. And if you want to define what a heritage
you
American
click the
is,
link,
the
you
people
call
who
back
descend
in, man. I
directly
think
from
you
the
got
initial settlers
disconnected.
before the Declaration of Independence was signed. Now, and if you want to talk about, if we're measuring things in terms of length of time.
Yeah, I think you got disconnected, man. You clicked the link, call back in.
Here and contributions, white people would take the cake there. But
I mean,
and I know that you'd admit that. I'm not saying that you think otherwise, but I guess what would motivate someone with my position to draw the line after black people?
It's not even motivating. It's more facing reality. I mean, the reality is that if you understand third positionism or just how this worldview works, you have to look at deal with the cards that you're dealt. And look at how things are today, and how much resources you have to go into changing things, how much energy, how many lives are going to be lost in doing this. Is it beneficial to push for mass deportations? It is. It can happen. Like, we have the resources to do it. Is it good? And not even, let's not use good. Let's go back to beneficial, better word. But not even, is it practical, right? Is it realistic to remove someone like me, who's been here since the 1740s, right? Family's been here since the 1740s, who is around a lot of black people who love this country, want this country to thrive, who's contributed. And when I mean contribute, I mean they've not just served, they've gone to school. They're not these, I want reparations. They've built their own business. They've gone to law school. They've gone to my grandfather, a PhD in anatomy and physiology, 44 years in the United States Navy. 20.
Hey, you got to put a name in the chat, in the link when you click in, so I know who's calling.
Years with City of Detroit's EMT, well versed in real estate. Mother, same way. A whole long line of people in my family have done the same path. Father, same thing. You think you're going to remove me? Well, I'm going to fight harder than the niggas are. The niggas are just going to bow over and die. But the people like me who have a stake in this country and know what my existence is and where I'm going to go and where I want this country to go, I'll fight you tooth and nail before you take me out, before you kick me out. Now, when it comes to kicking out Jews or kicking out the Hispanics, fine.
But does he think that Hispanics are going to fight tooth and nail too?
But me.
As long as it's not you, Andre. Yeah. But one last thing, because if I tell you my definition of an American, you may agree with it, you may not. But then I ask you, why should I include black people into this categorization? And then you just say, well, most of the black people, yes, but not me in particular. And the qualifier there is once again contribution.
No. It's not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. It's not. Well, don't kick me out, but kick the out. No, my thing is that we're going to handle the because guess what? These people are not adding to our growth and our advancement.
But that's civic nationalism.
Us as a whole. No, civic nationalism is like, well, anyone can be an American, and it's like, my GDP.
Well, if a black person can be an American, then anybody can be an American. But Andre, but if a black person, there is no genetic divergence more distinct than the European and the sub-Saharan African. So if a black person can be an American, then anybody can be an American.
No, not at all. Because guess what? They don't have the history. They don't have the cultural foundation. They don't have the parts. Like I said, you and I.
They're getting frustrated.
The three of us went out.
They're getting really frustrated with this guy. This is This is like the crossroads for the black conservatives. Angerman has spoken about this. I think Anton Daniels has spoken about this, and now we're seeing Andre.
Go to any other country, they're gonna know that you niggas ain't from here, and that nigga most definitely ain't from here. They're gonna see that.
Yeah, of
okay,
course.
these guys are different. You know, if I take you guys to Zimbabwe, let's do something a little bit more subtle. If I take you somewhere like Morocco, you know, obviously, that's not, of course, the origins of most sub-Saharan Africans, but if I take you to Morocco, I'll blend in a little bit, but they're gonna know this nigga ain't from here. They're definitely not gonna like that y'all are here. But here's the thing that we're gonna do. We're gonna work together. Because the one thing we have in common is that we're Americans. We speak the same language culturally. We can work together. These don't fuck them. We're not going to work with these people because guess what? They don't want us here at all.
So
now, when they come here, they may blend into my community. You're not going to let them over. I may not want them here. But at the end of the day, if you put all these people into the room, we're going to get along more than we would with these other people coming over who may look like us, come from our respective historical racial groups, our ancestral homelands and whatnot.
Well, of course.
That's what I'm trying to get at. The people who look like us, who come from our ancestral homelands, you may look like them and agree in part, but at the end of the day, there's going to be more like Europeans at the end of the day. A lot of people who come from Europe and come from, Australia, New Zealand, yeah, you guys can sit in the room together and drink all the beers and talk, but there's going to be some disagreement. There's going to be a lot of cultural difference in how you guys operate. Now, the unifying thing is that, yeah, we're all white, but there's a lot of difference among us. We can come together, but there's a lot of difference among us that's not always going to be okay. Same thing with Africans, same thing with any other racial group. That's always going to exist. There's always going to be a genetic difference among every people around the world. But my whole thing is, I'll land here. I'm going to land it here for you guys. Okay. When I'm looking at the United States, the only way this works, it's not going to work with multiculturalism. It's not going to work with multi-ethnic, multiracial shit. It cannot. You have to say that an American is only these people who've been here historically.
I mean, I think the problem is that black people are forming like their own little ethnic they're becoming a separate ethnic group. They're not able to blend in, and I think that's where these guys, their angle is coming from.
Only culturally compatible and have contributed something historically to this country, and that's it. Everyone else who we bring in, they're only here temporarily. They're not here for they're going to be here for generations. No. You're here for our own benefit, and we can kick you out anytime. That's the problem we haven't done. We want to bring everyone in because we want to sit back and do this kumbaya shit. We go back to the 1924 Immigration Act. I mean, who would we be bringing in? People who are culturally compatible with the country, people who are going to align with the country, not people who just want to be here because we want a bunch of pretty colors. Here we go.
So yeah, just to clarify, when we're laughing, we're just having fun with it. We're not doing any sneaky shit. But even so let's address a few of the points here. Even you gave an example about if we went on a trip to like Morocco in northern Africa, there would be varying levels of judgment that the native population would have towards me and my brother versus you. Yet we would still work together. But even within that example, you're still drawing a distinction between my brother and I versus you on a racial basis, even though you're still classifying all three of us as Americans. That sort of speaks to the distinction being there inherently, like regardless of culture or what other people think. Like that, so that kind of speaks to the point of like it takes us back to what is an American. Necessarily, it has to be defined on a racial basis. But if we're going to the topic of deportation, one of the things you said is that you would fight tooth and nail because of your history in the country or your patriotic allegiance to the red, white, and blue and things like that. But I would argue other people who leech off of the system would also be willing to fight because their very quality of life, which white people effectively subsidize, would be taken away if we deported those people. And we saw a lot of that happening with like the minimal deportations. Look at what happened with the Mexican riots out in the west part of the country with ICE and everything going on. I mean, even with people that measurably do not contribute to our country, they're willing to fight tooth and nail to effectively leech off of white people. So I don't think that willingness to defend their position is contingent upon their ability to contribute to the system. I think there's a lot of people here that are just suckling on the teat of the white man that gotta go. And I would extend that to black people. And I don't think that, the history of black people in America is enough to compensate for the cons that we have to put up with. And now, one of your rebuttals to that was to say, well, as black people, it's our responsibility for our own community to keep our niggas in check. And I appreciate that attitude because one of the things that no, really, I appreciate it. I think it's important because
it was funny hearing that.
I have the same attitude with my group, in that when people stumble upon the question, they want to blame other people, kind of like black people do, if we're being honest. But to them, I say, we have to focus on our own community. What can white people do?
That's what I agree with too. I think Andre keeps focusing on the J question, You got too many problems down on the ground to focus on an external group.
To better themselves within their sphere of influence. My brother says living in the solution. And I appreciate a black person who can approach their own community with that same sort of attitude. But my only problem with that is that there's only evidence that shows the contrary to that happening, which is like, is there any universe where white people like aren't having to put up with black people being loud in the airport or like causing fights or like where we're paying for everything? Like, is there actually a universe you can imagine where black people are a net positive, where we have like racial separation, where black people are actually keeping their own people in line? Do you think it's possible for black people to have real self-sovereignty?
1,000%. I'm optimistic in just as much as you're optimistic. But I go back to saying things have to get worse in order for things to get better. We're gonna vote our way into it. It's like, you know, if we vote Democrat.
That's a hell of an argument to try to sell to someone. Hey man, your life needs to get worse because of the blacks before your life can get better. Like, that doesn't sell it. Like, you know, the blacks is forcing people to have to endure hardship before we endure some progress. That's not a good selling argument. Can we progress without having to take a step back, or do the blacks require us to take a step back to progress? This is what Andre Williams is presenting to these people. And I can imagine they're saying, why the hell we got to take a step back?
Things will, you know, no, it's not.
But if things get worse, how is that going to look for the racial tensions between blacks and whites, though? That's not going to help the unification. That's going to amplify it.
I think you said this earlier. Well, you're going to weed out a lot of bad people, weak people. And guess what? We see this historically. You're going to weed out a lot of the weak, a lot of the bad, right? And those who are strong enough, this is Darwinian, those who are strong enough will prevail and will survive. Simple as that. And if that means that it's only 10,000 niggas here, oh, well, fuck it. You know, it is what it is. You know, if it's 10 million of us, it's 10. But that's just nature. My whole job, and I think our job as men, as we live today, is to do everything for the next generation to come by and have not an easier life, but not a lot of bullshit they have to deal with. You know, the biggest problem I have with the black community comes with a lot of the black Gen Xers. Like, they're fucking weak. They're entitled. They're always fucking begging. They don't have a fucking job. They cry too much. These niggas are lazy and they're fucking crying too much.
Have you done a DNA test, Andre? How much white admixture do you have? Do you know?
What the average black has at least 20%. So I'm gonna say 24. Around that. I know a lot of my family history has both Native American, of course, obviously white. But yeah, that's what I've got in my blood: black, Native American, and of course that admixture of white.
You don't know what percentage?
No, I haven't done the test yet. I got to do the test.
Someone send super
if I find some Yiddish, I'll tell you a funny joke. So I don't mind telling my whole name. I don't have anything to hide. So my full name is Andre Jermaine Earl Williams. I love telling this joke because people, they sit back like, that's a pretty long fucking name. But I say, you know what? Break it down and put each first letter of my name. Put it all together.
That's
and what does
funny.
it spell? H-O, yeah. H-O. That's a joke I sit back and I tell people, and they're like, oh, you're a Jew. It's like, shut the fuck up. You know?
It's a very black man name. Andre Jermaine Earl Williams. Very black.
Very black name. Very black name. My grandfather had a very long name. My father had a very long middle name. My mother the same way. So I guess it's, you know, a running thing in the family for us to have, you know, names like this. But, you know, it is what it is. That's the beauty of tradition and having a family that you get to, you know, carry on this long identity and you know, history amongst your own.
Let me propose this to you, Mr. Williams, because Jackson and I were diplomats. We're aristocrats. We are of higher consciousness than a lot of these plebes yapping in our comment section right now, and yours. We believe that we will reach a impasse where the differences between blacks and whites will become even more crystally clear as irreconcilable than they are now. And I think that a total remigration situation is on the horizon. Now, you are an individual that I would say that we respect because you at least come out, you acknowledge the issues, you see them, and you're trying to be pragmatic. What if we were to put you in charge? What if you could be the king of Wakanda, of the blacks? When we remigrate, you're obviously higher IQ than most of them.
You could be running around just
yeah. You're more well behaved and well spoken. You could literally just dominate over all of them. You could enslave the niggas. Like
you can enslave
Marquette and Fanatic.
You know, he's basically saying, look, you know, you could be in charge of the chitlin circuit, right? You be in charge. What's up, Artifacts? How's it going?
I would look. That would get our.
Yeah, we're gonna put you in charge.
Well, I was already going to take the position either way if you and still be not. And us niggas will have to figure that out. You know, us black people have to figure it out first. But, you know, at the end of the day, I want what's best for the people that live now. You know, I don't want the bloody and the miserable ending, right? That's not, I don't want the Turner Diaries, all right? I don't want that kind of ending. I think that's miserable as fuck. Like, oh, damn, you know, well, I'm gone in this one too. Fuck. I don't.
You guys don't want that.
Yeah, that's a terrible ending right there, Turner Diaries shit. But it's better for us to look at what are we dealing with now and how can we go forward in making things better. And I believe when whites fix and focus on themselves and better themselves and reclaim their identity and purpose, then this country will be good. When blacks round up those who are dragging us down culturally, economically, and giving us a bad representation, bad name, things can be well. Now we can come to a conversation in the middle at a later date. But I also think that it's important for both of our racial groups to look at the bigger problem, Jewish supremacy, that runs rampant across the entire world and has such a tight hold over Western civilization.
These people aren't buying that. They don't want to hear about this. Watermelon song is
that's the real.
I knew that wouldn't be
like,
long.
Oh, you're oppressed. You're impressed by Jews. Jews are oppressing you every day. And you have a lot of these bootlickers like Brandon Tatum and all these other faggots on the black conservative right that want to sit back and kiss ass for Jews all day. I can't stand those. Really are the house niggas. Like when they call me a coon, and like honestly, I see what
he really would be a coon. I don't use that term, but Brandon Williams would be a coon.
I don't know who Brandon Williams is.
Yeah, that nigga's a fucking coon.
What did I say? Like, Brandon Williams?
Brandon Tatum,
yeah. They said Brandon Tatum is a coon. You know what's interesting? I was listening to this and I thought about this. Let me see if I can find it. And I think this is kind of symbolizes a lot. I think I've talked about this before. Let's scroll through some of these pictures. I want you to take a look at some of these pictures. This is when the white man wanted to go to the moon back in the day. And you see these articles here. Whitey's on the moon. Why Apollo 11 looks so different to Black America. The civil rights leader Ralph Abernathy called NASA's moonshot an inhuman priority. While poacher, we're out here hungry. White men trying to go to the moon on us while we out here hungry. This was Ralph Abernathy. The protests were led by Ralph Abernathy, the successor to Martin Luther King. As head of the SCLC, he carried a sign that said bluntly, $12 a day to feed an astronaut. We could feed a starving child for $8. We may go on from this day to Mars and to Jupiter, and even to the heavens beyond. But as long as racism, poverty, and hunger and war prevail on the earth, we as a civilized nation have failed. This is the blacks protesting going to the moon. This is back in the 60s. They were still hungry. Well, they're still hungry now. They were hungry back then. Here's some other video. See if this video comes up. You'll see here they were protesting. There was a classic sign that they had, though. It was a classic sign. Here's some of the protests as it loads up here. Give me 1 second. And here's the video. Damn, let's take it.
All right, well, it may seem like
to take a stroll where
is 3 times what it was in January 1961.
When President Kennedy challenged America in 1960,
cigarettes.
Astronauts prepared for launch. A bus on the grounds near the Kennedy Space Center emptied. And Atlanta civil rights figures Ralph Abernathy and Hosea Williams emerged to lead a protest against the space program.
I think he was, as many of those men on the inner circle of Dr. King, was still out of his mind.
That's Elizabeth Omalami, Hosea Williams' daughter. The protest came 15 months after the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. Williams, Abernathy, and other King lieutenants had struggled to keep the civil rights movement energized in King's absence.
So, what a better thing to get the issues of poverty and hunger on a national scale than to march on the moon launch.
Noblest ventures, I am profoundly moved by our nation's scientific achievements in space.
Abernathy recognized the historic moment while decrying...
Oh shit, it's no sound? No sound? Damn. What? No sound? What?
What he called an inexcusable gulf between America's technological abilities and our social injustice. NASA responded by inviting...
You guys not getting any sound? There's no sound to that video? Anyway, so that was a protest back in the 1950s. And let me see if I can reload it, let you hear a little bit of it. It was a protest from the whenever the moon launch. Let me see if you hear it this time. We'll play a little bit of it.
All right, well, it may seem like...
I hear it. Do you guys hear this?
America space program.
I think he was, as many of those...
Put a 1 in the chat if you hear this.
Dr. King was still out of his mind.
That's Elizabeth Omalami, Hosea Williams' daughter. The protest came 15 months after the murder of Martin Luther King Jr. Williams, Abernathy, and other King lieutenants had struggled to keep the civil rights movement energized in King's absence.
So, what a better thing to get the issues of poverty and hunger on a national scale than to march on the moon launch.
Scientific achievements in space.
Abernathy recognized the historic moment while decrying what he called an inexcusable gulf between America's technological abilities and our social injustice. NASA responded by inviting some of the protesters to watch the Apollo 11 launch in the VIP section.
Not to say the moon launch was a bad thing, but your priorities, America. Let's take a look at your priorities.
Was Hosea Williams right?
He was always right. Marching is always his go-to spot.
It took years, but politicians kind of came around to Williams and Abernathy.
President Nixon waving to the astronauts.
After he was reelected, President Nixon canceled the final Apollo launch for budgetary reasons.
And that was the end result of their protesting. They pressured, was it Nixon or whoever it was, to cancel the next moon launch because of budgetary issues and presumably to spend more money on poverty. And this is kind of where the black guys, the white guys are getting at with Andre Williams. They're saying, what is the benefit? You blacks are stymieing progress here. And your only argument, Andre's only argument is, well, we've been here a long time. And that is not enough for these white guys here. They're saying, yeah, you've been here, it's just not enough.
Yeah, Brandon Tatum, he got went to Israel and got spent on my Jews. He's like, oh, dude, you're fucking cucked.
Can I ask you a question, Andre? I want to ask you a question. Obviously, you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't benefit. Your contributions in the United States, I'm willing to just admit that it's perhaps the case that you and your family have been a net benefit. But in a hypothetical situation where all black people were sent back to Africa, not a bloody explosive ending, they were just remigrated peacefully and swiftly. Do you think, all other variables held constant, that the average white person would be better off without black people within the nation's borders? If we're being totally brutally honest, do you think we were better off with black people or just not?
Oh, you're better off with black people. You're not better off with this. And if we allow the black community to be ransacked by this for the next 10, 20 years, then yes, I would agree with you that it's time to go over here and we'll figure it out.
But if the supermajority of blacks are niggas,
tomorrow, I would leave too.
Right. But I mean, if the supermajority of blacks are niggas, as you stated, 60% or more,
plus like the 10%,
plus the 10%, then the supermajority are a net negative. So obviously, we might miss you and hanging out and having sipping green tea with you. But like as a general rule, the average black man has left. Would the average white man be better off? Like, let's be honest.
Like I said, it comes into a question of where you see black people today, you didn't see them about maybe, I would say 40 years ago. There was a big divide. So I think if we can't turn it around, then yes, I would agree with what you're saying. I would say, yeah, it's not a benefit for whites to have black people here or here in general. But like I said, I'm confident that things will change and things will go better.
Jeez, this is rough on Andre, bro.
A lot greater standing than where it is today. I don't think that the new shit is actually going to put. And the same thing, like I said, for both of our communities, it's something for dark ages for our people in America. We're looking at the dark ages for us, culturally, socially, a big mental health crisis. I don't know how old you guys are. I'm 25, so Gen Z, big mental health crisis, big neglect problem. But I'm confident that our generation and those who are under us, we're going to turn the tide. And I'm confident, really, in a lot of black Gen Zers that I see, that we're fucking tired. We're looking at our parents and like, these niggas have failed. All they do is drink Hennessy and smoke Black and Milds all fucking day. I'm tired of these kids. They didn't give me anything. I don't have any inheritance. I have to work 10 times as hard. You may have to work 10 times as hard as a white man. I got to work 20 times as hard as a black man because other black people steal and take and don't give anything back in return. So
here's what I don't, and I don't want to be too redundant. I'll kind of drop it here, but this is what I noticed.
What did we lose him?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. It lagged there. So this is what I noticed. You are a race realist. You believe in differences between racial classifications, as we would agree. You are also admittedly racially identitarian. You identify with the black community. You present as black. You prefer the presence of other black people as we do whites. So we sort of agree on the foundational disposition towards nature and natural law. But then things get kind of about behavior and contributions once we discuss black people and their label as American citizens. Do you see what I'm saying? There seems to be an inconsistency there. So you sort of acknowledge that historically the founders of the United States were white, and then you say, well, there is some historical context in which black people were involved in because they were slaves and they were freed as slaves and they've been here longer than Hispanics, but they weren't part of the founding stock. So more so, it's kind of just like, hey guys, let us black people figure this shit out. Like, I'll get my niggas under control, and if we do, then don't kick us out. It's kind of like that's kind of your position.
Well, I'm not begging for you, like, well, don't kick us out. It's like, oh, well, please don't, white man, kick us out. It's more of, I'm confident that we're going to stay here. And the black people who don't want to be represented like this, there's no going anywhere. And there's no allowing this to go any further. That's how it's going to be. In the same way you would do for your race if it was the other way around. I mean,
so doesn't that prove the that it's irreconcilable?
No, not necessarily, because it's not, I am a threat to you. Like, oh, my existence here is a threat to your existence. Is to say, is someone from India or for someone from China or someone who is completely incompatible historically, culturally, on a foundational level.
Well, you as an individual are not a threat to me as an individual, but black people are a threat to our existence.
No, not black people.
Yeah, but that, again, now we're doing the whole thing where we're dividing cultural attitudes from the racial component. So you admit that races are real, but then once it comes down to classifying black people in their relationship as a racial group, we're dividing them between their cultural attitudes, saying, well, that's not black people, that's niggas. That's like me saying, well, that's not white people, that's, trailer trash or something like that.
It's the lowest class and lowest position of our race. We have to call that out. I mean, it's simple as that.
Right, but they're part of the race.
I have this conversation when it comes to like the Jew question. Is it every Jew? No, it's not every Jew. Is the majority of Jews? Yeah, it's a problem.
But it's Jewishness.
Yeah,
but it's Jewishness. So these cultural attitudes can only exist downstream of black people and the black identity. Cultural attitudes against white people can only exist because they are a distinct other, regardless of whether or not they belong to the portion that are well behaved or to the portion that you call niggas and are not well behaved. These are all just still black people. So if we're just talking about the broader racial category, black people, they are a threat to our existence as white people. If we're just talking about group averages.
On a broader level, I see exactly what you're getting at. Now, I'm explaining the position of, you may see it as the broader, okay, black people. But as I'm saying is that a lot of these niggas are not, first of all, these niggas can't even function properly and do things for themselves. So them being a threat to you or they're a threat to me more so they're a threat to you. You can move away and walk away from these people. I have more of a problem with these people than you do. You don't have, I don't know where you guys live, don't have to dox yourself and put yourself out there. I don't know if you guys have, but if you're living somewhere where it's majority white, which I'm guessing you probably do.
No, 30% right here. Right?
30. Oh shit! So yeah, you guys have to. So I get now your position. I've seen this over the years. I get.
We feel the same way wherever we lived, but we get to see it every day.
We got some white boys up in Vermont that are ready to go. But it's sort of like I still have to. And again, I don't want to turn it into like a 2 versus 1 debate because I don't think either side prepared for that. I want to be respectful, but I have to push back against this notion that white people aren't I mean, look, of course, there's a huge distinction between inter versus intra-racial crime, and obviously black people are most affected by other black assailants and, you know, criminals and things like that. That's obviously true if you break down the data. But in terms of interracial crime, white people are vastly disproportionately affected by black people, and it's getting harder to avoid that with things like the housing market crisis, with things like cost of affordability, with the fact that
so this is your right down my lane here. This is what I've always been talking about. You know, everyone that lives somewhere is facing the ever-increasing cost. The unspoken truth is that everyone is looking to get away from black people. And you notice that they immediately went to real estate. Even if you don't live around black people, you're paying to not live around.
Definitely affected by black people, and it's getting harder to avoid that with things like the housing market crisis, with things like cost of affordability, with the fact that
I'm well versed on those statistics. I'm aware of that.
Right. Hold on. Let me finish here. So, and I'm pushing back against this idea that like it's this avoidable phenomenon for white people. It's becoming harder for white people to avoid that because white people do not legally have freedom of association. I mean, we see RTTL right now. They're trying to do an intentional whites-only community. They're legally being put through the ringer right now. And so it's like I don't co-sign this idea that white people are just able to easily avoid it. And then also in conjunction with that, you're talking about the distinction between the four categories, which I think is useful if it's a black person trying to figure out how to solve the issues within their community. But to a white person, if I'm just seeing headline after headline of black people attacking white people unprovoked, why should I care about the distinction between the four different types of black people?
This I've been trying to tell these blacks, like, nobody's got time to be making this distinction between you blacks. All you motherfuckers black, right? And the four categories that Andrew got, tomorrow it'll be 5. Where do you fit? Did nobody want to be honest? Say they here or there? Like, you all get put in the same
when you're breaking down something, you're examining something culturally, historically. It's important to make these distinctions to better understand the problem, and it's something that you would do on an analytical level. So, I mean, I get that. Like I said, I understand. I've been around this scene for a very long time. I've heard all the arguments. It's like, well, if I see niggers doing this, I'm going to think it's all. I understand where you're coming from, but when you break it down, it's a lot more complex than that. It's like, you know what? Yes, I see this shit too, and I don't like it. I don't like being represented by it. That's why I'm saying that you don't have to deal with it. It's not like, oh, well, you're not around black people or some goofy shit. It's more, when I wake up, I'm surrounded by it, and I have to be represented by it, and it harms and affects my advancement and my growth. Now, when one of these fuckers goes, gets a bus pass and comes out to you and does this shit, yeah, it's a problem. But when it's every day, someone like me gets killed because they're going to college and they're coming out the military, or they're doing something that is positive, and then one of these fuckers does something, that's a big problem. That's what I'm saying that you don't have to do it. It's not like, oh, well, you're separate. And no, that's typical. Like I'm not making that argument, but
we're paying for it, Andre.
Yeah. It's a big problem. Like, do we really want to be around these people? No, you shouldn't. And I think that the problem with freedom of association right now, and now I've been following what's been going on, and this has been done throughout the years. What was the meme back a few years ago with the Northwest? They were on poll, come out, move out to Montana, let's get the ethno state started. And well, that fell apart for multiple reasons. But yeah, there's a lot of laws, a lot of organizations, a lot of stuff on the books that bar white people from doing this, and it promoted black people from to do this. And this is the problem that we have, this division. Whites are not allowed to have an identity, and blacks are allowed to live in dysfunction. And the more that we allow these problems to proliferate and exist, it's not going to be well for us at all, because we're just going to look like, what's the point of doing anything now? I can't do anything. I can't go anywhere. I can't advance. You and I can't go and advance at all. You can't have an identity. I can't even live amongst my own people. I have to move out. You have to sit back and try to find a way in to this low-income area and deal with niggas. I have to try to move out and get away from niggas by expanding. Like, the problem is there for both of us right there at the end of the day. And that's what I'm trying to solve, because the end result, which is possible, and nothing is impossible, is that it gets bloody and it gets brutal. And do we want that? No, naturally, we don't want that. Now, if it comes to that, and that's why I said no one's moving me from out my house or moving out of my country where I've existed. But if it comes to that, it comes to that. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. At least I've done something to stop the bleeding and stop the problem, right? That's what we're looking at. That's the conversation. So I get the historical conversation about founding stock and, 1790. I understand that. I've read all the documents. I understand where you're coming from. I'm looking at, what do we have today? What exists today? What is the conversations I'm having with white people, black people today, and how they're looking at things? When I go to the average black person, they say some stupid shit about white people, and they're fucking ill-informed. When I go to white people, they have a problem with niggas and nigga shit, but it's not on the level that we are looking this way. The position I'm coming from is not the common position, unfortunately, in terms of like looking at this universally, racially, racial consciousness, That's something I'm trying to promote. Same thing with whites. There's not a lot of racially conscious whites, not a lot of positively racially conscious blacks. And what we're working towards, how can we uplift our people to the problem and come up with a solution that is going to benefit us in the long term, that will give us something that will not hinder our advancement as a people, collectively and individually. That's where I'm looking at. So I'm not negating your position on founding stock. I've been around Patriot Front guys. I've been around fucking,
I think I don't disagree with you, what you're saying there, Shadow Observer. What does it say? Steel sharpens steel, iron sharpens iron, whatever. But I do think the conservative movement, or whatever type of movement he's in, and these guys, at some point they diverge. They don't need Andre. They don't want Andre in their mix because, again, he's going to bring along the 60%, or some of the 60% are going to want to slip up under the tent. And at this point, they just want purity. They know that these two guys, they can get along with each other. With Andre, there could be some conflict, disagreements that are cultural in nature. And so this is where I think the disconnect is.
Wignats and all the other people. I watched Jared Taylor when he was on YouTube. I've heard all the art because I'm someone who looks at everything. I've listened to people on the left and their shit. I've listened to a lot of people. I watch Hassan and his garbage and listen to what he has to say. I lean more to the right because I'm racially conscious, but I'm looking at what we're dealing with today and how can we play this game of chess properly.
But if you're bolstering the collective racial identity of blacks as well as the cultural racial identity of whites, and you are advocating for that, that necessarily means that the differences will be amplified, because as the overarching identity as Americans, or the civic nationalist position, this magic soil sort of disposition, disappears, the racial consciousness of the racial groups will amplify, which necessarily means that there will be more conflict. So you're sort of looking at it from a position of saying, well, there's not going to be an overarching thing that unifies us. We're not all Americans that can all mix into one thing. We're distinct, but we still need to collectivize as one thing. So it's sort of like a multiracial fascist thing, like we need like a totalitarian dictator to come
Starship
in.
Troopers.
Yeah, and I mean, I see the same, and I like the way I like the way you think. I mean, you're an interesting guy, but I see the same sort of attitude that I get from people like the Hodge twins, who I like. And what are the Hodge twins? They're like half black guys. For all intents and purposes, they're assimilated to white culture. They're like country boys. They probably see themselves as Americans, but they don't identify as white. So they'll review, Jackson and I's interview with James Fishback, who we gave a little bit of a hard time. We'll be vindicated on that, but that's neither here nor there. They will agree with every single thing that we said in that interview, up to the point where we say, well, we just advocate for this point for total remigration. We think that's the most pragmatic move forward. But they'll say, well, hold on a second. We agree with everything that you said, including the fact that they would prefer to live around white people. But when it comes to them being implied in that, that's when their defenses come up. And we sort of see that with everybody. We even see it with Nick Fuentes, who's whiter than the Hodge twins, right? He's like 80-something% white, but he's ethnically mixed. So he's ethnically mixed. His father's half Mexican. So if some, Fourth Reich were to take place and they deport anybody that doesn't have 4 white grandparents, well, Nick Fuentes is gone. And if it's 3 white grandparents, Nick Fuentes' father is gone. So there's still some sort of racial loyalty to his ethnic mix. And sort of the line is drawn after the inclusion of oneself. That's sort of what we see. And that's what we see. Obviously, the civic nationalist position includes everybody, but that's kind of the vibe I get from most people we see. You can only be as pro-white insofar.
I didn't know Nick Fuentes' background
as you are white, right? And again, you can only be pro-American insofar as you are American. But that word, will tend to define that in ways that include people more broadly, if that makes sense. So.
That's what I'm saying, is that it goes back to what I'm saying about looking at the cards we're dealt, where we're at today, and what is practical. Like removing me and removing the black people, it's not going to work.
That's but removing you specifically isn't necessarily practical. But if removing black people, let's say removing black people would be a net benefit.
Right? It would not be, because your conflict from that actually would not be a positive for whites or blacks or anybody. Then we have bloody conflict that would destabilize the country culturally, socially, economically. There's so many different factors that go into that.
But I think the problem again when he's saying, Andre is saying,
it would not be, because your conflict from that actually would not be a positive for whites or blacks or anybody. Then we have bloody conflict that would destabilize.
And what he's saying, what the white guys probably will say, and they said it earlier, is that many blacks would fight to stay here, not because of love of the country, but just to suck off the government benefits. And this is not love of country. What I think they are impressing upon Andre, or to Andre, then a lot of blacks saying, I said it the other day, I don't even know why they celebrate holidays, the 4th of July. Shit, they just like to shoot fireworks. They don't care for the country. And I think that's what these guys are saying.
As a country, culturally, socially, economically, there's so many different factors that go into that. That's why I'm saying it's not
it can be done.
Have to go down. Like that's why, like we look at this historically throughout any country that has this ethnic or cultural disagreement, or they want separation, or they want independence, and how's it turn out? And majority of the cases, very brutal, very violent. And these are times where the technology and the diplomatic effort on trying to solve that problem is not very good. And I don't even think today it would be a good thing because you're really resorting back to that's a very brutal path to go down. I'm trying to avoid that for the sake of our own people. So
what's more brutal though?
Let me say this. When I talk about an American, I'm only talking about really two people. And I'll maybe include those. Really, let's just talk about only two people. I was going to go into like who's been on the continent and all that other shit with Native Americans, but really, we've been here for generations. We're native to the land already here. We've been here for generations. When I think about Native American, I think of black and white people. When people think of the United States of America, they think of black, they think of niggas and hunkies. They think cowboys and rappers. They're not thinking about teepees and burritos. They may think about that when they go to Florida, but they're thinking about us in majority. So that's all I give a about, that you and I are Americans. We've been in this country for a significant, we've contributed something in this country. We've been in this country for a long time. There's a historical precedent, there's a cultural precedent, and there's alignment here. Now, when it comes to the individual issues that we have, like any other nation is going to have.
Is that true? Are they Balkans? They just got here in the 20th century. What would that be? The 1900s, I guess. Yeah, the 19 whatever. I think they're saying that they're culturally, even though they're Balkans, they're white people. They probably assimilate easier, no matter where they're from. In Europe, I guess it's Balkans, maybe Eastern Europe, here, Northern Europe, somewhere.
We have to solve that. With any other group of people, or it's class, or it be a different ethnic group, we have to solve that. Because this multiculturalism where we can have Indians and Arabs and Asians, that's the problem. We have all these other people who are told you can have this cultural identity and promote your own ethnic enclave, but the people who are in majority can't. And also the people who've been here for a significant amount of time who are, I would say, I don't even look at black people as a minority. I really don't. I really don't look culturally in terms of our influence. I don't look at it as I hate that minority shit. I'm not a fucking minority. I don't view it in that way. If you want to talk about numbers, fine. But in terms of cultural influence, it's black and white. The only way this works, as you say, an American is those who've been here for at least 3 to 4 generations that are culturally compatible and will align with the American culture broadly. What is the American culture? It's our cuisine, it's our language, it's our education, it's the way we how we speak, how we do things. All these things that make an American, right? The arts, the literature, that is a part of us. That's a part of the people. You cannot have a nation if these things are not tied into it. So that's what I'm trying to redefine and like actually put this, this precedent going forward. I understand the history. No one's negating the history. When we look at the cards we're dealt going forward, do we want to maintain the function and the identity of this union that we have?
Why should white people care about any of that, though? That's my position. Why should white people care about any of that stuff? Because I hear what you're saying, and I understand that black culture is in some way sort of intertwined in its current form as America, but why should white people care?
I would say most white people do in majority, but like I said, it goes back to what I said in the beginning. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is absolute. Anything can happen. Anything is possible. It's really dealing with the cards you're dealt. If we move in this position where white people become more racially conscious and very fanatical with their racial identity, which will be good for whites and be at a detriment to everyone else, then it is what it is. What happens from that? And we get to this point, it's like, I'm proud to be white, but I don't really like this shit, and I really want to just be around my own people. Black people can stay and do whatever they want. Just don't bring in, just fix your own community and we'll be good. I think that's where a lot of white people are when I have these conversations. A lot of black people I just want to segregate from niggas. I don't want to be around these people. I don't.
Again, the problem he bumps into is the whole real estate angle. In a country with finite real estate, you can't just separate from people without a cost. That comes at a cost. Either you're moving away from your job, or you're paying more to live in a gated community, things like that. That's the piece that he's missing. He's not a landlord like I am.
We represent the way we're moving. If things get really bad in this country, you're going to get what you want. And that's not going to be good for me. And that's just nature. This is what it is. What we have to do currently is play with the cards we're dealt and move in the direction that we can with what we have, with the resources we have. If things get bad, and
someone just sent, someone sent a PayPal, a StreamYard, StreamLab, whatever it's called, StreamLabs. Earlier, I don't want to mention your name, but I do appreciate that. I'll look at the next one, see who just said that. But hey, I really do appreciate that. I don't like asking you guys. I want to put up an interesting show. I found this to be very interesting. Shout out there. It's 24 Hours. I think he's the one that mentioned this video. We started out watching the video Andre Williams on Patrick Bet David. But I think this is a little bit more interesting than they want on Patrick Bet David. Patrick Bet David wasn't pushing him as hard as these guys are.
Extremely bad to where all these other variables come in play, then it is what the fuck it is. It just, that's how it's going to be. I can't really argue with that. It's out of my control because I'm one person. I can only do as much as I can and encourage people to have this, moving similar to my way of thinking.
So hypothetically, let's say things like don't get worse, right? We're able to sort of maintain where we're currently at. Let's say maybe not get better, maybe not get worse. Do you think it would be worse, like the net effect of total remigration of black people, this sort of thing you described as potentially very bloody and brutal? Do you think it would be more brutal to do that or to allow it to continue in its current state?
Because just to clarify, in its current trajectory, white people are inevitably going to become a minority, which you claim to be, you claim to oppose that previously. So necessarily, we would have to get rid of some people in order to preserve the kind of country that even you would like to live in.
But even if we don't become a minority, let's say everything is held constant, the crime rate stays the same, the economic situation stays the same, the cultural tensions stay the same. Is it more brutal to allow it to continue? Because it's projected to get worse, as Jackson just stated. But let's say it just stays the same for the next 100, 200, infinite amount of years. Or is it better to just kind of rip off a Band-Aid?
I don't think that we're talking about just naturally reality. If things are never going to just stay the same, well, we'll keep the crime.
Well, hypothetical. Okay, let's say it doesn't. Let's say it doesn't stay the same. Let's say it gets worse, which it's going to. which is more brutal then?
Which is more brutal?
Yeah.
Honestly, having millions of people die, having millions of people be killed. I mean, that's kind of a brutal position. Now,
well, hold on. No. I don't want millions of people to get killed. I'm talking about remigration.
I don't want either, but here's what I'm saying. When we're talking about these scenarios and we're looking at things, how they can move historically, just using historical precedent, things are never going to go like, well, we can just like hug it out and let me stick a flower in your machine gun and things will be okay. No, things can get really bad and very messy because this is how we are as humans. This is naturally how we're always going to, things are just going to have that way. We have this tribal, animalistic element to us of all people that we can get very brutal with things that we want to defend and maintain. So I hate to see that. I really don't want to see that. I think we'll get violent in this country, but to the levels we're talking about, like, oh, you're going to remove me from my home and I've been here and it's not, I'm fucking illegal. And I've been like, oh, I'm 2 generations in. No, I've been here since the 1740s. I've been here since, my family came off a slave ship in 1650 or, my family's been, there's some black families who have been free or my family's been free for this amount of time or they're not going to side with that. And there's a lot of white people that won't side with that either. And I'm not talking about like your blue hairs and fucking fat Beckys that want to defend, niggas and shit. We're talking about your average black white person is like, hey, I don't want my neighbor to go. I know him. Like, hey, I don't want these people to go because these people, I get along with these people. Whereas an Indian or a Mexican, it's like, well, I don't fucking get along with these. They're not even, they shouldn't belong here. They should not belong here. They have nothing that they gain or benefit to society, add to society that we should have them here for. What I'm saying is this. In the realistic scenario that we're going down, we have to decide, one, what an American is, what America is going to be, and where we're going to go for the next century.
Who decides that?
Who can be a part of this civilizational state? If we don't decide that, we don't.
It's very interesting. He sees America is black and white. I mean, the horse is out of the barn on that with so much immigration. And as I've said many, many times, I think the Hispanics have earned their way to be here just by virtue of their hard work. I think people would defer to them and say they can stay. I think if we did put them out, it would be such a financial loss to the country that there'll be people clamoring to get them. I think they've been coming here for a long time just on migrant labor, working in California farms and stuff like that. So there's always been a use for them, and I think they further wedged themselves into so many industries where it'd be very difficult to get rid of them, even if you began the conversation.
Meant that into our reality and who we are. We're not going to have a country. We're not going to have
who is supposed to decide?
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
Us today is people living and existing. Us as men. That's what we're supposed to decide today. No one else is going to decide that other than you and I, the three of us, people who think like us, of what we want and how we can go about this in the best way possible. That's all it is at the end of the day.
Here's the thing. In this dissident right-wing realm, there's a lot of people that talk a lot, but very few people that can actually define what an American is. And I'm glad that you brought that up because that is one of the most potent points that we have to talk about. So far, my brother and I have been two of the very few people that have been able to actually define what an American is. Even with our interview with James Fishback, it blows my mind how many people are willing to give their political support to somebody who doesn't have the courage, frankly, to define what an American is. And we give our definition, and people may or may not like it because a lot of people are excluded from that definition. But my brother and I, all things considered, at least do provide a definition. And that is the number one problem right now. I mean, we have a national identity crisis. What are we?
Oh, I used the anti-white slur? I don't remember saying that.
As a people? We believe that a nation is a nationhood, it's blood, it's soil, it's kin, it's family, it's bondage, and we belong to that. And that's what an American is. And we think that you have to be of and from European stock to be able to assimilate to that. So that would be our definition, but I'd be curious to know, what is your definition? Is it just the black and white thing?
Blacks and whites.
Yeah, I would say that blacks and whites historically who have been in this country for generations, that have a common ancestry, common purpose, common culture, common language, all those things make a nation, make a people, define a people. And that's what we are, the American people. And that's it. And going forward, if we don't push this understanding of who we are to the rest of our populations, then we're not going to have a country. The big problem is that anyone can be an American today. Anyone can purchase being an American. And no, it is earned through blood, it's earned through time, and earned through sacrifice. These are three things that are qualifying. You cannot get this through anything else. You can't Amazon ship it. You can't dream it up. You can't buy your way into it. This is the problem that we have. We have too many people that have bought their way into Americanhood. No. If you're going to become an American, you have to be culturally compatible, and you have to give your time. So I take it this way. If somebody comes over from France, they're European stock, right? They have European ancestry. They come over from France. I'm not going to consider them an American. Someone comes over from Zimbabwe, I'm not going to consider them American. They have to marry into society. They have to marry into the nation, to the people, and that comes with generations. It doesn't come with, okay, well, I married a white woman. Now I'm no longer from Zimbabwe. I'm a black man in America. No, or I'm no longer a baguette. You know, I'm now an American. No. Give it 3 or 4 generations. Your children, you're sacrificing your time now for your children and grandchildren to be American. That's what it is. You're giving your existence. You're giving up everything you have so your grandchildren, great-grandchildren will be American. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure if that's how it works, honestly. I mean, I don't know if that's how it works, Andre.
Those people wouldn't even, they'll be American citizens. You have citizenship, but that can be stripped away. But your children and grandchildren, they will be more, I always say this in every conversation with people. You come over from somewhere from Germany, you're still going to have your cultural identity from Germany. You're still going to speak the language. We're going to hear the accent. We're going to know that you're German. It doesn't matter if you go to the most German part of any part of the country where there's a lot of, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck how much you love Oktoberfest and blend in with whomever. You're going to be a German. We're going to tell.
But now, if a German comes here, okay.
Let me finish it. Your children, they're going to be more wedded into society simply because they're going to go to school here. They're going to have more American friends. Now, growing up in a household, they probably will speak a little bit of German. They're going to maintain a little bit of that German culture and German identity, which is good, fine. But as the generations go on, each generation will be more ingrained into this culture, into this society than their German ancestry. They may not forget it. They're going to pass the story on. I come from Germany. We immigrated from here a century ago.
But you could say the same for a Somali, but that wouldn't be the case.
But where are they going to be more attached to? Germany or the United States? The United States every time. And those who will give their loyalty to their home country, they should go. It goes for anybody.
But a German person is of the founding stock. If a German man comes here, marries a white American woman, has white American kids, those kids are just white Americans. They're immediately assimilable. If someone, like your example from Zimbabwe, comes here, how many generations before he assimilates? Maybe none. They've done studies on this. They've done studies of people, even Hispanic people, which are essentially half, Southern European. They'll come here, and the first generation, like Brazilian or Guatemalan, they identify as Guatemalan. Second generation, they identify as Guatemalan. Third, they don't identify as Guatemalan. They identify as Hispanic, like a Hispanic American. White people just kind of assimilate right away. And you can look at black people. Black people still identify as foundational black Americans, as African Americans, but not as an American explicitly, which just further serves to confirm that this thing that people are trying to assimilate to is distinct from them.
I might have to disagree. Just because you see Tariq Nasheed's ass going around saying this goofy shit, or Dr. Umar, well, he didn't believe in that shit, doesn't mean that it equates to everyone else. I see where you're going with that. But going back to the first example, you said about the Guatemala.
MLB, I think to talk politics, at least where he's going in politics, or where he wants to go in politics, or in the political talking sphere, this is the where he's going to roadblock. He's going to run into. His age is not going to solve this problem, because these people want to see black people gone. They're tired of black people. He's saying, well, give us 50 to 100 years, and maybe things will be straightened out. They're never going to be able to see eye to eye.
That's what, they're not culturally compatible with America. They may have
to me, when he's saying that Hispanics or Indians aren't culturally compatible. I mean, you could almost say that about black people. You could say that about black people. I mean, the good black people, as he said, 20%, yeah, maybe they're culturally compatible. But the 60% that, you know, as he called them the N-words, they're not. Right? So, what about the people that will come over here? Do they have numbers where 60% of them are incompatible and we're bringing them over here? Okay, I think most people would agree we get them out of here too. And most of them would be out of here because they would commit crimes like our 60% of black people that are committing crime. And so we're probably getting rid of the bad apples that come here from other countries and keeping the good apples. And those people, the good apples, are competing against the 20% of the good blacks and all of the rest of the bad blacks, and they're really out competing them.
But black people are?
And I'm talking about, you mentioned the Guatemalan, and they'll say they're Hispanic. They have some proximity towards our culture as Americans based on their continental or...
what is our... That's the thing I'm trying to get to, though. You're saying our culture is... Like, what is that? You're saying blacks and whites, even though they're completely distinct, it's this overarching one of the two. So they can assimilate to whites or they can assimilate to blacks, but both are American, even though they're distinct.
No, they can't assimilate to either one because Hispanic, someone coming from Guatemala isn't going to assimilate to either one. They can try to blend in as much as they, but you're going to be able to tell that they're not white. I mean, you just brought up Nick Fuentes. You brought up that one. You won't consider him. Do you consider Nick Fuentes white?
He's an edge case. Technically, he doesn't cluster. So, no, he would be like an exceptional honorary Aryan at best at this point.
If he corrects his behavior.
Right.
Yes. I would love to get into how you guys feel about Nick. Because I've gone back and forth on my opinions with Nick.
We can talk about it. I feel like we're getting a little bit.
Yeah. We don't want to keep going. We got an interview with another guy at 8, but we can chop it up about Nick real quick if you want.
Yeah, I mean, you can also ask us questions too. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you were expecting.
I think at the end of the day, it's. I think the main focus for us is the people, is to better our communities. And then if it comes to clash and conflict, then it is what it is. I mean, that's beyond our control, right? That's beyond what we can do as individuals. But what we can do is use our platforms to push a message that is, I would say, unifying to the degree where healthy. I think healthy is a better word. Unifying around a common struggle that we have: the Jewish question, Jewish supremacy, our own existing problems within our own community. But yeah, let's get into the next stuff. Let's talk about that.
If it came to a clash, and you're a smart person, so I feel like you would concede this, and I think most people know if it came to that point, then white people would fucking wipe the floor. And so I think a lot of people don't want that to happen. But I agree with you. I mean, temperamentally, I'm a diplomatic person. I don't believe in unusual or unnecessary cruelty. So I want things to balance out. But we're gonna have to keep having raw conversations like this. So we appreciate it.
Well, that's also the basis of the thing, right? We believe that it's going to come to head. So we think that total remigration is actually the most pragmatic and ethical move.
That's why, that's kind of why we're trying to push for it ahead of time. I think it's a larger part of like a humanitarian point of view, really. But I don't want to take up all the time with a single topic here. You wanted to talk about Nick a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I had to ask this question, because you brought up Nick.
Sure.
And he's good for what he represents. There's a lot of utility with Nick. I like him in as far as his ability to really break down the question. And he's done it okay for people around our age, right? There's a lot of people who've done it a lot better over the years, who are a lot more articulate. But I think for someone around our age, he's done it in the most articulate way. I just really don't like the gay, don't do it. Just let's sit on the internet and let's podcast. And, I think a lot of the groupers are fucking gay, honestly. A lot of groupers I've come across, 80% of them are fucking gay. 20% of them are, valuable and they are actually doing shit. But a lot of that's a big problem that I see with the right. We have a big problem with the direction and where we're going and how we can easily, I don't want to say sell, but more break down and put it on a decent platter for normal people who are not awake and who are not aware of what's going on to understand and accept. Because when you talk about race, it gets very uncomfortable. I mean, it is what it is. Who fucking cares at the end of the day? When you talk about Jews, they get really uncomfortable, But you're seeing a lot of people who are waking up. And it's great. I love seeing people wake up and conscious of the Jewish problem. But you get a lot of these fucking people who they just woke up 2 weeks ago, and it's like word vomit. They have to talk about it every day. Like, did you know the Jews did this? I went to Burger King, and they didn't put pickles on my burger, and that was the Jews who did it. It's like, nigga, calm the fuck down. It's not. I'm glad you watched The Greatest Story Never Told and Europa, and you don't have to go off the rails with every damn day. You can calm down a little bit. Nick has done great with having this conversation, but it's brought a lot of spurgs, and that's the problem that I've seen over the years. A lot of spurgs, and it reminds me of Iron March and that retarded era of spurg shit, the pole spurg shit.
Yeah, you'll get no disagreement on us on that. As a matter of fact, that's something that my brother and I talk about quite a bit. Most of these men, as Thomas Sewell said, just need to be put into a uniform and told to march in whatever direction we deem is the best and most efficient way to march. There's a lot of people who get hung up on the JQ and aren't able to draw the necessary conclusions, which is that of a racial identitarian, which is what we stand for and advocate for. We can talk endlessly about the problems, but we have to start talking about the solutions, which is where the real censorship comes into play. You know, people like Nick Fuentes have expanded the parameters of the Overton window to the point where we can talk about these things, but people that are actually willing to provide an answer, kind of like my brother and I are oftentimes suppressed. And so I think we're going to see more of that in the near future. But I do think that it has been politically profitable for us that so many people have become made aware of the issue. But it's almost in some sort of, it's become like a diminishing return where too many people have become aware, where it's been like memeified, like everything is a joke. Everybody wants to talk about it and make fun of it. It almost feels unserious at a certain point. So there is a trade-off there, and I agree with that. The abundance of spurgs is not helpful. A lot of those guys need to be reined in by their respective communities. For Nick Fuentes specifically, I mean, I credit him to educating and red-pilling a lot of people, including myself, when I was, still a libertarian. I used to listen to him a lot more.
That would be interesting, to hear their plan for it. This is kind of like Bumpkin talk in some way. I think it's Righteous Muffin. He talks about sending people back to wherever countries they come from. How do you do that? That is, I would love to hear these guys talk about it. I know they said peaceful, which means you'd have to expect the people to more or less do it voluntarily. I don't think that would happen either. Anyway.
I think that his geopolitical commentary is unmatched. I think he's a brilliant political thinker. I think he's a very smart guy. But I don't think that he's an authority on certain questions, like, for example, what a white person is. I think that he sometimes gives in to his volatile nature, which I think can be more destructive than it is productive. I think that he burns bridges oftentimes unnecessarily. But overall, I mean, I do think positively of him. I don't see any evidence of him being a Fed. I think calling him a Fed is more of like a spurg behavior. I think people that have been red-pilled for like a few months, like you said, are the ones that have a tendency to like call everybody and everything a Fed for having any level of nuance about the JQ, for example, which is it's annoying for people like us that have a little bit more of depth that we've explored on those issues. But I think overall he's good, but we have a fundamental disagreement with him on the basis of him not being fully like a full nativist, basically, because fundamentally he is a Catholic nationalist and I'm not. I think that people have to come first, race has to come first, kinfolk has to come first necessarily, and he doesn't really explicitly say that. He hints at that sometimes, but he doesn't use that as like the bedrock foundation for his political ideology, which at some level is incompatible with what my brother and I advocate for. Either way, as much as I like him and I support a lot of what he does, I'm more supportive of people that are more racially identitarian and pro-white first, people like Eric Orwell and people like Thomas Rousseau. Regardless, within 5 years, I think most of his followers will belong to us, and within 20 years, their children will be marching in our storm divisions.
It's good to see, I've had my disagreements with, Patriot Front and just the movementarian stuff over the years. Like, is this, my perspective has always been for the right in the broad sense. You've got to go out in the communities and help out. And Patriot Front does that very well. I like that about Patriot Front. They go out in the communities, they help out. And that's something you need to see in this country for every people. Mainly, I'd love to see it more with black people. You get that from the Nation of Islam, but they're Muslim, so it's like very a turnoff for a lot of us black people. Like they're cool. Like, I love the suits and the fruits and all the pies and shit, but it's like, how many fucking camels you got in the back of the office after? Like I really don't want to be around you guys like that. But it's when it comes to Thomas Rousseau and the Patriot Front. That's the question of if things get bad. Yes, I can see them being very successful. I think they're very successful right now in what they do in terms of community action and the networking stuff. But do normal people feel the energy? Do normal people, are they susceptible to that? Are normal people going to agree with that? And like I said, I'm not talking about Becky and Jennifer. I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about the average man in America. And we're seeing a lot of people wake up and have these conversations. They're agreeing with certain things in part, but are they willing to go the extra mile and get to the point where we are racially?
All right, I think we've seen enough of that. There are more interesting parts. A couple things I want to show you guys. Speaking about real estate and stuff like that, here's something interesting that just came into the news here in Washington, D.C. And let me maximize the screen for you so you can see this. So this is the incoming mayor. She'll likely be elected on Tuesday. Trump is threatening to take over the city if she's elected. So she recently bought a home in D.C. and here is where she bought her home, and here's how much she paid and all of this. Again, this is a fat black woman who got herself elected to city council. No real skills or anything, but here she is, 4 days away from being elected mayor of a major city in America. And here she is, far left mayoral candidate Janice George, been begging for an endorsement from NYC Mayor Zoran Mondami. She bought $1 million home in April after suggesting single-family zoning was a tool of segregation. The district council member and her husband, Kyle George, purchased a lavish single-family dwelling in the capital's Manor Park neighborhood, which is in northwest D.C., which is around the white people, about 5 miles north of the White House, for $1.19 million, according to D.C. Office of Tax and Revenue Records. The residential enclave was described by the Washington Post in 2021 as an especially attractive area for families with children, hence no teen takeovers in this area. And here is the home. In DC, there are very few single family homes like this. To get in a neighborhood with single family homes, you're going to spend typically $1 million minimum. As you can see, this doesn't have a big lot or anything like that. But this is $1 million home in Washington, D.C., owned by the soon-to-be elected mayor. She doesn't want to live around the blacks in Southeast, nor does she want to solve the crime problem in Southeast. She wants to build more affordable housing in Northwest to crowd all of the blacks there and make it less habitable for the working class and upper middle class, primarily white people. And this is Janice George's home, soon to be the next mayor of Washington, D.C., and she bought in the neighborhood with the fewest amount of blacks that she could afford. A neighborhood described by the Washington Post again as an especially attractive area for families with children. The price tag for her house was nearly double the average home value in the District of Columbia and almost $500,000 more than the average price for a home in that zip code. It's very interesting. Just 15 days before her purchase, Janice George had published an op-ed decrying how exclusionary zoning preserves segregation and exacerbates displacement, and blaming politically connected wealthy residents for being opposed to new housing construction. As I've explained to you here on this channel, the new housing construction in the inner city is nothing more than primarily scams. This is a poorly built housing that the developers grease the pockets of politicians, and all kind of hanky-panky goes on. One of these days I'll do a stream about that. And they throw these houses up very quickly, walk away, and in a year or so, they don't have any liability, maybe it's 2 years, for any damages that crop up. DC government doesn't do a good job of maintaining the money in escrow anyway, and so the homeowners, the home buyers of these newly built, sloppily built homes are left holding the bag. That has been something I've seen over the last 20 years. And so this is Janice George saying she want to build new housing while she buys an old house, one built in 1934, a well-built house. George's mayoral campaign has desperately been seeking Mondami's support in the June 16th mayoral primary battle against an other incompetent dimwit, Kenyon McDuffie, the former Postal Service mail carrier. This is the quality of the candidates likely to be mayor in D.C., either the mail carrier or we're going to have a fat bull mammy who's never made a bunch of money in her life, no skills, nothing like that. And so these are the people that will be, one of these two will be in charge of the city. Former D.C. mayors are all backing McDuffie. That is very interesting, even though he doesn't stand a chance of winning. So she's been begging New York's Golden Boy to take the cellar down to help out her campaign. Montgomery clearly smells desperation in her campaign. The Tudor-style home was built in 1935 and spans 3,100 square feet across 3 levels, 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, a chef's kitchen, including a waterfall island, vaulted ceilings in the primary suite, a finished basement, and a luxe sauna, per the real estate listing. Sweeping renovations in 2023 transformed the brick exterior and gave the home a striking black and white Tudor meets contemporary look. The home is also situated in a residential zone of the city that discourages multi-household development, something George has railed against as part of her campaign. She let it all sink in, people. She doesn't want blacks around her. She doesn't want to even buy in an area where some mayor could come along 4 years, 8 years after her and build affordable housing in her neighborhood. This is effectively like an HOA that she has zoned in for her protection and all of her neighbors. This is very interesting. This goes to show you the depth that these people, A, don't want to live around blacks, which was being discussed in the last video, and how far they will go to keep blacks away from them. The candidate has claimed that her family was forced out of a rented apartment due to deeply flawed zoning policies in the nation's capital. So now she's talking about she was once a victim. Now she's living in $1 million neighborhood. The rent hikes that my family experienced in 2010 might not have been so drastic if single-family zoning in the district's most affluent neighborhoods had not long prevented more homes from being built in them. So she wants to build more apartments in affluent neighborhoods. These would be Section 8 welfare apartments. She wrote in an opinion piece for the Greater Washington website, April the 2nd. Her Home for All plan on her campaign website pledges to reform zoning laws in order to build as many as 72,000 new dwellings, many of which will be multifamily or higher density units over the next 5 years. This is Section 8 that she will be building. She wants to help alleviate the housing crisis for blacks. No regular landlords will rent to them, so her solution is, well, I'll just build housing for them. We'll see how that works out. And McDuffie, her rival, has put forward a more moderate plan to construct 12,000 new homes and preserve 20,000 existing affordable housing units over the next 4 years. The cost of building just one new affordable housing unit in the capital has been pegged as high as $1.2 million, and much of that burden would be shouldered by Washington, D.C. taxpayers. As an option for footing the bill, Georgia suggested the district leverage our pension funds, earning blowback from the D.C. Police Union. Here is Janice George. And so this is the mayor of Washington, D.C., the soon-to-be mayor of Washington, D.C., and she's talking about raiding pension funds, no curfews for the blacks. She doesn't live around the blacks. She has $1 million house in $1 million neighborhood where there's zoning restrictions that will keep the blacks out of her neighborhood forever. So again, that is the next incoming mayor, a hypocrite of sort, two-faced, one might say. Anyway, this has been a very interesting stream. Again, for the people that support the channel, I really appreciate that. I won't call your names, but I really appreciate the channel, the support. It always makes it just a tad bit easier, even though it's always easy. I've been here 4 hours, almost on the dot. Once again, guys, thank you for joining. Make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe button if you haven't had to subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips. That's where we do all of our clips from the show. Well, the majority of them. Some of them go to both channels. Again, guys, thank you for joining.